Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm JTG, aka Jay the God.
AKA the Human Shopping Channel come to life. A brand new Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review begins now.
Tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to the Labor Day weekend, September 4th, 2021 edition of Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review. I'm Dan Marty, where no matter what Marty Jannetty says, your mentally and physically exhausted humble host has now been here 71 consecutive days, matching the streak I had when I returned from Tampa from WrestleMania week, all our work down here, until I had the two massive days I took off June 24th and 25th. So I continue to give you my love through my hard work to provide you with high-quality professional wrestling talk shows, and as we get closer and closer to live in-ring action, but we'll get there in a moment. It feels like every week all summer, it was suggested to enjoy the summer weekends, and here it is, it's Labor Day. And then when my birthday hits, September 21st, you can send gifts and greeting cards to the studio address that you can find on bostonwrestling.com. But when my birthday hits, it is officially fall. The days of short-sleeve shirts and shorts in my part of the country are coming to an end. But it's another Saturday here at MWF Studios in downtown Melrose, Massachusetts. The zip code of champion, 02176. Very busy week for us. Had John Cena Sr. with us live. We had former ECW heavyweight champion Justin Credible with us, and for multiple days, Marty Jannetty, all joining us live in studio. Having all of those guests really slowed down the production schedule, but did the best we could. Got to keep taping the content, though, or we have no content to give you. I hope you guys enjoyed all of the live episodes and cyber autograph signings that we had. Before we get into all of this week's episodes, an easy one-stop shopping, I want to remind you of some programming alerts. Our working idea is to continue this Sunday night live endeavor through at least mid-October with live and retro pay-per-view watch-alongs, special guests, and much more. Captain Lou is working on a concept for a live weeknight trivia program to engage you fine folks. That's something different than what we produce now. Beginning this Tuesday night, it is out with the old and in with the new. We take out the garbage in Auburn, Maine. Leave the trash where it belongs. Tuesday night at 10 after WWE NXT each week, we will bring to you Wrestling Insiders Extreme with the superstars, legends, stories, experience, and events that made Extreme Championship Wrestling a promotion that fans still passionately love to this day around the globe. This is another series we're testing the waters with, first with the late New Jack, then Justin Credible. I think the programs are outstanding. You can catch the first 5 episodes of New Jack by joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family now at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Get almost a sneak peek of everything we have up our sleeves. We are officially 10 weeks away from our Back to the 80s WrestleFest Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, as we announced this week. Joining Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Axe and Smash Demolition, Jake the Snake Roberts, and Marty Jannetty will be an ultra-rare appearance by the Doctor of Style, Slick. We wanted to get a manager involved in our Big 8, and I think Slick is a really cool guest. As noted this past week, John Cena Sr. challenged the fans. He challenged all of you that if we sell out of VIP packages within a reasonable amount of time before the event, we're really going to go big for the 8th featured guest. Let me tell you, the VIPs are well over 50% gone. If you want the best seats in the house to get the best treatment in the house, you know what to do. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com and order yours now. Celebrate 20 years, 2 decades of Boston Wrestling MWF with autographs, post photos, a VIP exclusive Legends Q&A, plus white-hot in-ring action that's going to blow the roof off of Memorial Hall, let me tell you. If you're unfamiliar with tonight's show, Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, the concept is simple. With your busy lives perhaps preventing you from joining us each night, 7 days a week, from enjoying our talk show, shoot interviews, we bring you easy one-stop shopping to catch up on all of our Monday through Friday programs. Sit back and listen to it like a podcast, use it as a second screen with something else you may be watching, or just enjoy it as a video itself. Who does that, right? Actually watch video content nowadays. For the next several hours, we'll be talking 80s, 90s, and current events in the world of professional wrestling. As we've noted, it has become harder and harder to pump out quality in studio content. Like any classy, high-quality human being that I know you are, your Super Chat tips mean a lot to us. It's that gray button under the Premier Chat. And it lets you make a donation of any size using Venmo at Boston Wrestling. Thanks to Captain Lou, we're kind of catching up to technology. And via PayPal at bw@bostonwrestling.com. Every dollar raised goes towards bringing you more great guests. Let me tell you, even if the price of the superstar doesn't change, the prices for hotels and airfare has gone through the roof, which just makes it more and more difficult for us to try and give you what we want to give you. After days of John Cena Sr., Just Incredible, and Marty, we are now focused on lining up some top-notch guests during the Cauliflower Alley Club reunion in Las Vegas next week. Some great ideas on tap to kick off the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. More news in the coming days on that. A week from today, we, barring an act of God, knock on wood, please no, we will be flying into Sin City on September 11th of all dates. My gosh. There are so many ways you can help this show. No effort is too small. Some may call it begging. I just call it reminding, because we need as much help as we can get to keep doing things the way we do it, or we can't do it anymore. Give us a big Hacksaw Jim Duggan-like thumbs up if you enjoy the video. If you haven't already, subscribe to our YouTube channel. It is absolutely free and alerts you to all of our great premieres. Share the video across social media with your friends and fellow fans, whether it be Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Instagram, Facebook wrestling groups. Everything counts. All of these are very important when it comes to growing these talk shows. As I've noted before, and I'll note again, millions said bye-bye after the 80s boom. Millions said ta-ta after the Monday Night Wars. But I know once the generations of fans, including those of today, find our talk shows, I know they're going to love them. That means more programs, more superstars, more live specials, more great content, more new friends, more new family members. And that is what it's all about. And I'm not talking about the hokey pokey. It was another busy week here in the world of professional wrestling. Let's kick off Wrestling Insiders Week in Review podcast style with Oscar of Men on a Mission's Monday Night Mission, where the former WWF Tag Team Championship manager shoots on Tony Atlas, Adam Cole, Braun Strowman, The Fiend Bray Wyatt, WWE not wanting to sign quote-unquote indie talent anymore, and more. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to the Monday Night Delight. Whether you loved the 3-hour episode of Monday Night Raw tonight, or it was one of those head scratches, or one that was grueling, at the end of the night, you know you have a place where everybody knows your name. We're not talking about Cheers, even though we are just outside of Boston here in downtown Melrose, Massachusetts. We can only be talking about the man that has nearly blown the roof off of every major venue across the country, in some cases around the world, the former WWF Tag Team Championship manager, a man who has such a large introduction but only has 5 letters for a name. I could only be talking about the man on a mission himself, the host of the Monday Night Mission, Oscar. Oscar, a pleasure as always to have you with us.
All right, Danny boy, how you doing?
Well, I know you've had a lot going on. I've had a lot going on in Boston Wrestling, MWF. Just a lot going on. I don't think anybody get released this week, so I guess that's a good thing.
Yeah, I know. It's a shame when you have to say that a week go by and everybody kept their job.
Everybody kept their job. We're trying to look to add jobs, not get rid of jobs. I don't know. Oscar, I know we had spoken a little bit about, we played that tremendous music video that you've been involved with. Anything new on the entertainment front in your world outside of the auspices of professional wrestling?
Yeah, it's been a wild ride. Just today, I filmed several episodes of some webisodes I'm going to be involved in. I'm doing rap news.
Rap news?
Rap news for the Starch Moderates. Whatever is news, I'm reporting the news, but I'm doing little short blurbs of news, but I'm rapping it. So that should be real different and real interesting.
How can the fans access this?
I'll let you know next show. It's brand new,
it's
fresh
brand
and
new.
new.
You don't even know at this point.
I'm sure they go to starchmoderates.org, but I just filmed them today, so I know they're not available yet.
All right, you want to be 100% sure before you give them a link. I understand that, but I look forward to watching it. I know the fans look forward to watching it. We got a great response to airing the original rap video itself. Again, crazy time over here. We finally have 6 official legends lined up for the big 20th anniversary when Boston Wrestling MWF celebrates 2 decades of insanity and crazy when we go all the way back to the 80s. Saturday night, November the 13th, right down the street from this studio at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, joining America's hero, Hacksaw, Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash, Demolition, our friend and yours, Marty Jannetty, one of your contemporaries at one point. I don't know how much you get to know the man, but a former manager, the Doctor of Styles, Slick.
No, you know what? I met Slick.
He must have been just leaving as you were coming in.
Yeah, Slick had been gone for a year, maybe 2 at the very least. So I got to meet Slick one time backstage. I want to say it was somewhere in Texas. Real nice guy, real funny guy, and it was an honor to meet him. You know, it's always an honor, and I'm saying this as a black man, to meet those who pioneered and opened the door so that other black men can have a job, you know, in the world of wrestling like that. So in that regard, it was an honor to meet him. That he was one of the ones with, you know, Bobo Brazil back in the day, and Coco Beware and Rocky Johnson and all those of African American descent that preceded us and pioneered the way so that we could actually come in and see. And now today, me as one of the old heads, I get the same compliment from a lot of the up and comers and independent and in the, you know, and mainstream in the business that want to thank you for having that position. So, you know, it was a real honor. And
he's a reverend, I believe.
Oh yeah, no, that makes it even better. You know, I'm glad, and I'm glad Marty Jannetty is coming. It seems like he's doing better. I hope he keeps doing better. And well, you know, me and him, we can have a long talk that night anyway. So I hope you listening. So you better be ready.
All right. Well, before we even get there, don't forget, fans, we have Marty not once, not twice, but 3 days this week. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we're going to have special live episodes for you to tune into. We're going to do those cyber autograph sessions. I have to say, though, I almost called you Marty. Oscar, beyond the great addition of Slick to the Back to the 80s WrestleFest, again, the tickets are on sale now. BostonWrestling.com, the Ultra and the Platinum VIP packages are flying. We still have Gold VIP and plenty of general admission available. Don't worry about that. But if you want the best seats in the house, I would act now. Well over half of the VIPs are gone, and John Cena Sr., he made a challenge last week, Oscar. I don't know if you had a chance to see it, but after conferring with Dr. David Reese, he said if we sell out of the VIPs, you know, within more than a few days ahead of time, they're planning on something extremely special as far as the 8th guest for this extravaganza when we go back 30 plus years, when we go back to the 80s. I'm interested to see what they're plotting.
Oh well, maybe his son is gonna come.
I don't think he is part of the Back to the 80s. He was born in the 70s, and he wasn't wrestling
Yeah,
in
but
the
he'll
80s.
come. He can still get. His son make an appearance. Nobody's gonna care whether he was back to the 80s or not. That would blow the roof off.
Well,
the place.
I think that's fair. I don't think anyone would necessarily be disappointed if John Cena showed up.
Yeah. So.
Well, I think it'd be fun, though. You know, we have Reese's Pieces, and Johnny has his piece. So there you go. Everybody has one, just in different ways, I guess.
But enough of that for
All right, enough of that for a while.
for a couple of minutes.
We got to ask you this, though, Oscar.
Yeah.
Did you have a chance to see the special guest we had in studio last night? I had to say I was blown away in a very, very positive way. You know, much like New Jack, as we were getting ready for it, I heard, oh, you having him come in, blah, 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 blah. But former ECW world champion Justin Credible and I had just some tremendous episodes, some tremendous chemistry last night in his first shoot in the studio. He's going to be joining the new Tuesday night show, Wrestling Insiders Extreme, a look at the world of ECW, which is going to premiere September 7th. It's the new fall season. It's a new decade of Boston Wrestling MWF. So out with the old, that old garbage up in Auburn, Maine, and in with the new. A new series looking at the hardcore phenomenon that was the home and the heart of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania at the ECW arena that eventually became the love of diehard fans around the world. Again, when Wrestling Insiders goes extreme every Tuesday night after WWE NXT, I'm really looking forward to it.
You know, I watched this kid's career.
Mm-hmm. You knew him as Aldo Montoya.
Yeah, I literally watched his career standing, looking at it from the time it began, and then I kept up with it as it progressed. Now he started out as a jobber,
mm-hmm.
and he was a really good jobber. I mean, he was really good.
Good
was
hand.
A really good kid.
Yeah.
Did what he was told. Kept his nose clean. And I remember when I first saw him in the locker room, and he had the Aldo Montoya gimmick
mm-hmm.
with the mask and everything like that. And Undertaker, who's an idiot, Undertaker said he looked like Darkwing Duck. I'll never forget that.
Well,
but he did a really good job as Aldo Montoya. It really didn't take. But then, you know, he went on and got into ECW, you know, picked up the mantra of being hardcore, extremely hardcore, and that way he made a name for himself as just incredible. And watching that kid's career spiral upward like the way it did, you know, it was a real privilege to see. So yeah, I'm glad you got to meet him, because I could have told you he was a real nice kid, a joy to have around.
I remember when he worked back when I worked with Boston bad boy Tony Rumble back in the 90s when I was in high school. He did a few shots for Tony wrestling as Suicide Samson right around the same time he was doing jobs on WWF television as PJ Walker. So we met each other many moons ago, and now we reconnected again. But, you know, for all the negative things people had to say, I was just blown away. Very professional, very well-spoken, great stories. Wrestling Insiders Extreme, the first 6 episodes on Tuesday nights after NXT are going to feature the great shoots that we did with New Jack. And then after those conclude, Justin Credible is going to be one of the regular co-hosts on the program. So I think the fans of ECW are really going to enjoy it. They're going to get to know not only just what went on event, match for match, but really get to know these superstars in and out of the rings, their lives, you know, their worries, their trials, their tribulations, and so on. I think it's going to make for a heck of a series. I look forward to it. It's nice to have someone close to home that's right in Connecticut that can drive up, so we don't have to worry about doing the airplane game and all of the stress that goes along with that. So we'll see how it goes. It's all up to the fans and what you guys like. But again, the premiere for Wrestling Insiders Extreme, it is going to be Tuesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT, replacing Wrestling Insiders at your house. Stick a fork in that program.
When you have a guy that does what you need him to do, but he does it correctly, and when I say correctly, means that the interviews are shoot, but they don't give off kayfabe to an embarrassingly and disgusting degree, meaning they don't go overboard with the kayfabe when it involves, other people.
Like talking about watching gang rape, like one of our
like that. That just went too far.
Yeah, that was a little
as far as I'm concerned.
And masturbating in front of your stepdaughter and a 2-year-old.
Yeah, that's see, he ain't got the thing with that. Now, I'm gonna tell you my take on that, and this is just to be fair. This is just to be fair.
All right.
Okay, that is her side of the story, and as tragic as it is, and as bad as it sounds, that's her side of the story. So what I'm saying is you can't condemn the man because that is her telling again her side of the story. It goes all the way back to Mike Tyson and the girl that allegedly he raped. She told a story. He went to jail because he was found guilty. But in the grand scheme of things, wasn't nobody there but him and her. She told a side of the story. A jury of Mike Tyson's peers bought it. He went to jail. But in the grand scheme of things, you got to ask yourself, was she really telling the truth? I'll never know, and you'll never know. And that's the same thing with this Tony Atlas situation. Do I believe some of it? A lot of it sounds credible. But I'm nobody's judge, and I'm nobody's jury. And in all fairness, like I'm gonna say it again, that's her account of things.
Well, I do know the hospital story to be true because Tony told it on the air in a different form when he was thrown out of the hospital and banned for quite some time because of the tirade that he threw there, apparently over the daughter taking family pictures back to Hawaii and things like that. And then he had the class to scream at a 12-year-old girl he never met and kick over her puzzle and break it. But he was eventually allowed back into the hospital. But as far as some of the other stories go, Tony forcing his wife to have sex with a wrestling promoter on their wedding night, we don't know if that's true. As far as Tony masturbating in front of the stepdaughter and the
all right, let me ask you a question.
We don't know if it's true.
Interesting.
All right.
Do you know the promoter in question?
I believe I know who it is. And I'll tell you this, I wouldn't be
Okay.
shocked.
Did you ever go to him and ask him his account of things?
Well, considering this, I just learned of the story a week ago. No.
See, that's what I'm saying. There's a side of the story, and if the poor girl is telling the truth, poor her. My heart goes out to her. If half that stuff is true, but you didn't go, you or I or nobody else went to the promoter to corroborate the story one way or another. We just getting somebody. You just getting somebody's account.
I wish I was given that respect and the trash that he's thrown my way and the lies that he's created for me. But again, as I've noted, there are a lot of people that just want to believe what a WWE star says.
There's a lot of people. See, and that is the shame of our culture.
Yeah,
we want to believe the bad stuff and the weird stuff and the this, that, and the other. We want to believe that faster than we want to believe innocent before proven guilty. And I'm talking about in every instance that you possibly can think of.
Well, I mean,
soon as somebody say somebody did some nonsense or something wrong, and they did this and they did that, first thing we want to do is be like, that bastard.
Well, we did hear in the wife's own words the week before in Malika's call with the mother that she never loved Tony. So it's kind of odd that they wound up married. I also...
Yeah, she probably didn't.
What I found very credible, and I don't know what you think, Oscar, is the story that Tony told where he was so near death living under this cardboard box under a bench that his future wife and future stepdaughter had to go with knives and chip him out of the ice.
I'm sorry,
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
That sounds far-fetched. That sounds far-fetched. I mean, where the hell did they find him? Antarctica?
Tony told me one day he was sleeping in his cardboard box under the bench, and the future wife sat down and was making a lot of noise, and he came out of his box, and he said, you're disrupting my home. And then I guess he was so close to death, the future wife and the future stepdaughter came back, chipped him out of the ice, and instead of calling 911, they brought him home, bathed this stranger. Tony went into a coma. And then eventually they brought him to the hospital. That was his story as he told it on the air, so I'm not making it up.
Okay, well, see, there's a difference between his version, her version, and what the hell sounds hard to believe.
That sounds hard to believe.
Yeah, that sounds a little hard.
And
sounds a little hard to believe. Again, I wasn't there though. Being fair, I wasn't there. I mean, come on.
They may have chipped him out of the ice with knives in a cardboard box.
It's extremely possible, but I've never heard. I'm put it like this: in all my years of living, besides Eskimos and a damn igloo, I never heard of that before with nobody else. I'm sorry.
Well, all I can do is tell it as I hear it. What I thought was hysterical, though, Tony, was that his lovely stepdaughter said that story was untrue and that Tony actually met his future bride at a supermarket. So
now that I heard that when I listened to it, I said, now that sounds kind of more likely.
Well, they contradict each other a little bit. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know. You know what? See, you always rope me in. I done told your ass I'm not using my show to talk about Tony and his nonsense.
I'm just, what the thing is, Oscar, I thought it was finally going to be over. I sent Tony a very strongly worded text message.
Be right back.
Are you talking to me? Where'd you go?
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, Oscar is back. We thought we lost him. We're talking about the king of sports, professional wrestling. I was actually interacting with a certain individual in Maine while you were MIA there, as this nonsense just won't end. I just wish it would end so we could get back to focusing on presenting fans great wrestling talk, great wrestling live events. But you know what? When the salvos are sent in your direction, Oscar, it's hard to try and maintain composure at all times.
Yeah, I am trying, man. The balancing act carnival that I got going on these days is tremendous. Told you, and I'm telling all the wrestling fans again, I'm going to be bouncing around at the AEW convention coming up this weekend, you know, just to see how they roll, shake hands with some people that I know, shake hands and get to know some people that I don't. Let them know that I think they're doing a great job. You know, slapping five with some of the fans and, you know, just having a good time. I'm not trying to get a job. No, I'm not interested in coming over there or nothing like that. I'm just interested in just hanging out.
You're looking for a job with AEW? Or are you
No,
just
I just said I'm not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I think the audio broke up for a second. Well, I think the fans are going to be looking forward to meeting you. It's going to be a big week in Chi-Town with AEW Dynamite on Wednesday, AEW Rampage on Friday, and then AEW All Out on Sunday. Great chance for the fans to meet a wide variety of superstars, those with AEW and those that even aren't with the company right now.
Yeah. It's gonna be, yeah. I mean, it's gonna be real nice. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And then the next weekend after that, we all linking up. Me, you, and the crew.
Oh, and where would that be? The one of the luxury casino resorts in Las Vegas?
Las Vegas, Nevada, and no, I'm not staying at the Gold Coast.
Where are you staying, Oscar? Do you not want the fans to know?
I'm staying at the Aria.
Oh, okay. I've heard that's really nice.
Yeah.
Well, you have good taste. I know you said you were looking forward to even taking in one of the Las Vegas Raiders football games.
Yeah, I'm going to Monday Night Football, the Raiders versus the Baltimore Ravens. On Monday the 13th, I'm going to be in the house on the 40-yard line. These people ain't playing. They got us some hooked up seats.
Well, hey, that's what it sounds like. At least you're not going to miss the baloney blowout.
You know.
I know you enjoy your the ham sandwich.
You know,
that you usually
them people ain't learned to make a decent damn sandwich in 5 years. I'm sorry.
Well, the thing is, with the baloney blowout, we kind of make our own sandwiches that night.
I know, but yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming, sandwich in hand. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm there to have a good time.
Is Mimi looking forward to having a nice sandwich at the blowout?
Mimi is looking forward to working that red carpet with you. That's all she was talking about.
Well, everybody's ready. Everybody's ready to see Mimi.
She is getting her outfits together to look fabulous.
Wow.
And I am so sure you're gonna have a good time. Now, speaking of Mimi, let me tell you something.
What is Mimi up to?
Mimi is running a 3-ring circus over here. Let me tell you, Mimi is working with the movers so we can move down to Atlanta. We're moving down to Atlanta right after we done in Las Vegas. So she's running that.
You found a place.
Yeah, I get. You know what? If you ask me where it was, I'm not on the end of things.
Yeah.
My job is to shut up and write checks. That is my job.
That's all you have to worry about.
Yeah, as far as the logistics, my other job is when it's time, get in the car, shut your mouth, and go.
Well,
and as far as I said this earlier, as far as making money, Dreamy Mimi, and I'm gonna say this in public, is my damn pimp. Or I just get out there and get the money and bring it home. Shut up.
Well, are you looking forward to the movie? You're going to miss Indiana.
You know what? More no than yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm not gonna miss?
What are you going to miss?
I'm not gonna miss these damn winters.
Cold winters in Indiana.
Yeah, cold winters in Indiana, in Chicago, and windy and snow, and you damn near catch a heart attack trying to shovel snow off the. I'm not gonna miss that at all.
Well, I don't blame you as far as that goes. I'm not a winter guy myself. I would prefer that the time I would get to spend in Florida over the Massachusetts winters, but that's a different story for a different time. What are we got going on in the world of professional wrestling this week, Oscar? More rumor mill talk than any hard facts, I guess is the best way to put it. I was sad to see the retirement of a longtime friend of ours here in Boston wrestling, Awesome Kong, otherwise known as Karma, from her short stint in WWE.
Oh, she retired?
Yes, at the NWA All Women's Pay-Per-View Empower.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that, and I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, she was.
Yeah, she was a powerhouse. I have looked forward to seeing a match between her and why are we having brain farts? You know, the
who?
Big girl in WWE.
Nia Jax. Is that who you
I would have
mean?
looked forward to seeing a match between her and Nia Jax. That would have been that would have been.
Well, at least one of the
awesome.
two of them could work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Oh well.
I don't think
can't
anyone's
argue
going
with
to
you there. But what I did notice that was that was predictable was Bianca Belair wanting her a rematch that she's entitled to against the man. And I do not know why that child called herself the damn man. That irks me to my core. But Becky Lynch, and Becky said no and left. And the reason for that is because they are not going to have a match of that magnitude free on SmackDown. They saving that for a pay-per-view.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so.
That's definitely going to happen. I mean, champions have a right to get a rematch.
Well, that was always the tradition. You know, if you lost, you had the quote-unquote clause in the contract that you could, have a rematch. One of the first cracks at the title.
But see, here's the thing. That situation, they never had a contract.
Well, I don't think they play that up anymore. But, that was always in the world of professional wrestling and the signed contracts, it would be revealed that, you'd get the automatic rematch clause if you lost the championship. But they don't always
I'm sorry, your audio's coming in and out.
My audio is coming in and out. No, what I said, Oscar, was they don't always live up to that stipulation as they used to, where it used to be, if you lost the title, you get an automatic rematch almost. You'd have one of the first shots at the championship gold if you lost it to someone, but now they don't always go by that rule of thumb.
No, well, yeah, but like I said, in this case, there was no contract. Becky Lynch showed up.
Yeah, the match just kind of happened, yeah.
And was just able to get a championship match just because she said so. And won it.
I thought the angle sucked, but we talked about that last week. It sucked. In Sin City. In the same venue, you're going to be enjoying the Raiders game in with all your millionaire friends in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. No, it's I don't know.
I just hope we'll get this. Going back to Awesome Kong, I hope she makes it out to the Cauliflower Alley Club. I know she attends many years. She's one of my favorite people. I love to see her. I always have a few laughs for the dangerous persona she portrayed in the Squared Circle. If you get her to know her outside of pro wrestling, what a delightful human being. I don't know if you got a chance to know her well over the years, but she's one of my favorites. And you know me, I don't like just anybody. Are you there, Oscar? Oh, all right.
No. I get you, yeah, and it would be nice for her to make it a colorful, but I've never seen her there. Has she ever been there?
Many years. Maybe you just missed them. I don't know.
Yeah, you, I don't know what's this, my phone or yours, but you're cutting out real bad.
You're cutting out. Well, how about this? Why don't we take a brief time out and I'll try and call you back?
All right, give me 5 minutes.
All right, I'll call you back in 5. Wrestling fans will be back after this brief timeout. Tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. The World Wrestling Federation was sold out at the Rosemont Horizon in Chicago, Illinois, Saturday, August the 30th, 1986. In the opening contest, Billy Jack Haynes beat Jimmy Jack Funk. Hercules with the win over Leaping Lanny Poffo. Pedro Morales defeated Dory Funk Jr. Harley Race victorious over King Tonga. The Killer Bees drew the Dream Team. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat beat Don Morocco. The Junkyard Dog with the win over Adorable Adrian Adonis via disqualification. And in the main event, Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff defeated WWF World Champion Hulk Hogan via disqualification. If you are in Chi-Town Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling.
Cheer! Why, hello! I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product, so support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, welcome back to the second half of Oscar's Monday Night Mission here on Wrestling Insiders. We've had some technical hiccups, which happen from time to time. I don't know where the hell in Indiana you live, but the reception sounds much better this go around. We talked about the retirement of Awesome Kong. We talked about Oscar's expansion into the world of entertainment and news and rap. We talked a little bit about scandals going on here in Boston wrestling. We talked about big additions to the 20th anniversary Back to the 80s celebration, Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Tickets on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. But the rumor mill continues to run wild, Oscar, about a lot of the free agents in pro wrestling right now. Who is going to end up where, when, how, why? Adam Cole, maybe right now one of the most talked about, where his contract expired after SummerSlam weekend. He is free to go wherever he likes without any kind of no-compete clause. In the end, do you think he winds up staying in the WWE Universe, or do you think he joins his lovely girlfriend Britt Baker in AEW?
Oh, I believe he goes. I believe he goes to AEW. I would probably bet money on it. Now, I've been wrong in the past, as y'all all know, but I don't think I'm wrong about this one. His girlfriend, Dr. Britt Baker's over in AEW. She's making somewhat of a noise. So there are a lot of good competitors in AEW that would give him some really good storylines, I believe. So the Khans can certainly afford a paycheck over Adam Cole's way. So I don't think there's nothing stopping him from going over there.
Let's play devil's advocate and say he decides to stay within the WWE Universe. Could you see someone that is ultra talented as he is? He's a slight individual. He's not a very large man. He's not very thick. He's not someone that you'd look at as, ultra manly or very dangerous. Could you see him realistically being a main player on Raw or SmackDown, or do you think he's kind of reached the limit as a top guy in NXT?
Well, no, I honestly believe that if they stop wasting time on Riddle and put that kind of energy into Adam Cole, he could be a top star.
You think Cole could be a top guy on a Raw or a SmackDown?
If they take, like I said, all that energy that y'all putting into Riddle, which is ridiculous, by the way.
You don't like Riddle?
I mean, he's got to.
He's got what?
That is ridiculous. I almost want to gouge my eyes out or turn my television when he comes on. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to release somebody, say Riddle has run his course, get rid of him and put that money behind Adam Cole.
Well, I think the biggest problem is they've made him look like an idiot, Tony. I mean, Oscar, I'm sorry. They got Tony on the brain. They made him
look like an idiot.
They've made Matt Riddle look like a fool.
Well, then that's why, okay, yep, the damage has been done. So, okay, enough is enough. I think Adam Cole would have good matches with quite a number of stars, even some who is considerably larger than him because of his finesse. I think him and AJ Styles would have a really good run. I think that he can go against a Randy Orton, certainly.
Yeah, but I mean,
Jeff Hardy.
Look at the size difference, though, Oscar. I mean, he's probably 170 pounds.
I know, but because he can move in the ring, shift his weight around, and because he's got moves and finesse, that will compensate for the weight and size difference. And he can put on some really decent matches with guys that are considerably larger than him.
Well, you know what? I guess we respectfully disagree with each other. I really don't see it at all.
I'll give you an example.
All right.
Rey Mysterio's been doing it for years.
Well, there's only one Rey Mysterio, and I mean, you can only if you had one guy at that size stature, that's one thing. But when you have a good portion of the roster of guys that are under 6 feet tall, under 200 pounds, I think that's problematic. I think that's part of the reason why so few fans are engaged in the King of Sports right now, or at least in WWE.
Well,
we disagree. That we don't have to agree about everything. It'd be a boring show if we agreed about everything, I guess, right?
No. I was gonna say we just have to see. We just have to see where he goes.
Well, I with you. I think likely it would be better for him to wind up in AEW, but I've heard the WWE is putting together has put together a tremendous financial package for him, and sometimes money talks.
Well, yeah, like I said, but see, it's like you pointed out at the top of this conversation. It's not all about money. His girlfriend is over at AEW.
Sometimes you can't put a price on happiness.
If they can match that package, come a little below it or exceed it, then they will have they will have him over there.
Well, let me ask you this one, Oscar, and what I continue to find odd now that he is officially a free agent, still no home for former WWE champion Braun Strowman, the guy that ended WrestleMania 36 pinning Billy Goldberg. And there's nothing for the guy.
Oh, that's
no one
the
has signed
game.
him.
That's the waiting game right there.
That's what you think is?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's gotten calls, but if I'm Braun Strowman, I'm taking a break right now.
You think he wants a breather?
He's been on TV nonstop. The guy's done it all. I mean, he's worked constantly for a long time when he was in WWE. I'm Braun Strowman. I'm on an island off the coast of Hawaii somewhere, soaking in the sun, not even worried about wrestling right now.
Yeah, but I mean, you know what? I think everybody in the business has had a vacation for the past year and a half. No house shows, one day of TV a week. I mean, that's about as easy as it gets. You would have killed for that schedule back in the 90s.
Yeah, but it's not the same thing. A forced vacation, mentally, let me put it to you like this. Mm-hmm. Mentally, a forced vacation and a real vacation are two different things.
You know what? I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that, the way you worded it. That was actually pretty good. The rumors abound that Impact Wrestling wants to try and make a big move and sign him. Do you think that maybe they have the resources to sign a Braun Strowman, who I'm sure is not going to come with a cheap price tag?
If you ask me, I would be surprised if they could afford it.
Well,
I don't know their situation, but I mean, being fair, I really don't know their situation. But if they did, I would be shocked.
If it was 10 years ago and they were signing the Hogans and the Flairs and the Jeff Hardys and the Rob Van Dams of the world, I could see it. But now it's just, when you look at what the roster is generally made up of right about now, you don't see a heck of a lot of.
That's what I was getting ready to say. For his career, I wouldn't go over there if AEW offered me a deal. That's where I would find myself.
Yeah, well, what do you do if AEW doesn't want you?
Oh, well, then you got to go. You got to put bread on the table. So,
well, that's what I mean.
Impact,
just say,
if Impact can offer you a substantial living, then that's where you need to be. Or he could look into going to Japan.
And you know what? I think under the right circumstances, he could do very well in Japan. A la Stan Hansen, Bruiser Brody, or something like that. I think he'd really stand out over in the land of the rising sun. But, not everybody is cut out for that Japan lifestyle when it comes to those tours. And, you have to take that into account, too. Also making the rumor.
Cut out.
Did I cut out again?
Yep.
Can you hear me now, Oscar?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Mother of God, we got to get you a new phone, brother, when you're in Georgia.
No new phone. I've got an iPhone 11. Hold on one second. Let me try this. All right. Go ahead now.
All right. That Japanese lifestyle with those long tours that they have, that's not always meant for everybody either. I'm not quite sure if it works the same as it did back in the days of Brody and Hansen and so on and so forth. But, those can be grueling, nonstop tours on the tour buses. And, he may not like that where he's accustomed to a certain way in WWE.
That's where negotiations come into play. When they hand you a schedule, then it needs to be up to you to say, all right, y'all tripping. I can do this, and this health wise, and my stamina being realistic, and then it will work out. I mean, he could be he could be regulated to do just the big shows, the pay-per-views, or whatever. It's all in how you negotiate.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, he doesn't have to be a full-timer necessarily.
Right, he does not.
And then you have right around trick-or-treat time, Halloween, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt's no-compete clause will be up. The talk this week online that Impact may try and make a big move for him. I would be kind of surprised if they could pull that one off.
I can't help but think that Impact is just making a lot of noise.
Yeah.
I mean, it keeps them in the dirt sheets, and it keeps the name of Impact in the mouth of fans and pundits like us. But whether or not they could actually pull a trigger on that bazooka yet remains to be seen. And then again, for Bray Wyatt, just like Braun Strowman, ask yourself, is that the best move for your career? WWE is popping right now. If they want you back, you need to look at that. AEW is popping right now. If they want you, you need to look at that. Where's Impact in the network television game?
Nowhere.
See, and for people that are used to being, their cream to rise to the top, it ain't even about money. It's about status, and it's about where they're at in the scheme of things. Because, like you said, where they at on network TV? Why they not on network TV right now? With AEW rising the way they rising, with WWE not going nowhere, before I sign a contract with Impact, I got to ask myself, do I believe Impact is even going to be around next year?
Well, I mean, I think people have been writing Impact off since 2002 when it debuted, but here we are, 19 years later, and they're still alive. And
no, they're still alive, but what are they doing?
Well, thanks to international deals, they're still alive. There are some guys that have some decent deals. There's some guys that don't. I just think it's good that they exist because it is creating some more jobs within the industry. But I think if I'm Bray Wyatt, Impact would have to make a significant financial offer to pass up AEW, because I can't imagine that AEW would not want him.
No, I cannot imagine that AEW offered me a deal and Impact offered me a deal, and then I do a Gilbert Gottfried, and I'm like, I don't know, AEW this, AEW that, Impact it is. No.
So you think there's
Why?
only one final destination for Bray Wyatt?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying there's one final destination. I'm just saying business, the better business sense.
Yeah,
would go to AEW right now, but AEW just can't have a check in my hand and a smile. They would have to outline to me a career plan and a plan of storylines and things that's not going to make me look like a fool.
yeah. Well, that's some good advice. In AEW, I think at some point people have to realize they're not going to have room for everybody.
No, and that's that, and that right there, you hit the nail right on the head. That's another concern. I mean, when that was WWE's problem over and over and over and over again. You get but so many people. How many storylines can you run? The human being only got two pupils in their eyeballs.
Right.
So how much can you watch? How much can you take in? How much do you want to tune in like the serials, like the old movie serials of the 1920s and 30s? Can people actually fix their mind to want to chime into every week to pay attention to? How many villains can you? How many heroes can you root for? How many villains can you boo?
Hey,
How many damsels in distress can they be?
I don't necessarily disagree with you, and I think a lot of those talents that WWE is getting rid of, as time continues to evolve, they're going to have a hard time trying to find a landing spot that pays anywhere near what they were making before. So again, it's always smart the saying to save your money, pay off that house as quick as you can, so it's one less life expense that you have to worry about as time goes on.
I mean, when it comes down, to WWE, and I hate to say this, how many times has Mark Callis had to come in and save the day?
Well, a lot. I think that's probably the easiest way to sum it up, a lot. But it remains to be seen. Oscar, before we go, I wanted to ask you, what is your thought on the mandate that was making the rounds after Vince McMahon and Bruce Pritchard and old John Laurinaitis made their way down to the Performance Center in Tampa, not ultra impressed with a lot of the guys on the signed to developmental deals? They don't want any more quote-unquote indie guys. They want to go a different route in trying to find bigger, larger superstars that they feel can stand out more, that can main event WrestleManias in the future. And they didn't feel a lot of the midgets, as they called them, some of the slighter superstars, some of the guys breaking into the industry in their 30s were cutting it. You think that's a good idea, bad idea, or maybe somewhere in the middle?
I'm mad at that. The name of the game is asses in seats. Okay? The guys that they cut, and those younger, smaller guys, and those guys that look like nothing. See, it's just like casting movie stars.
Mm-hmm.
You walk into a casting agent's office, and the directors of the movie see you. You have to have the it factor. You just can't look like you just can't look like a same old Joe, even though you got good looks in the ring and whatever, and think people are gonna want to buy tickets to see you. They gotta have people with interesting looks. Okay, I've been teaching this. Way to sum it up. I've been teaching this at seminars for years. It is not how you look. It ain't even how you work in the ring. It's the persona that you got. Mm-hmm. You got to work on them in-ring mic skills. You got to know how to cut a promo. You got to have a kick-ass entrance when it comes not just to WrestleMania, but to a Monday Night Raw. Because the entrance is when you capture the audience. You don't get them at that entrance, you're going to have a hard time getting them anywhere else.
Well, look at the entrances that you provided for Mo and Mabel, not remembered
that's how I'm telling you.
Two great technicians, but I mean, your entrance got them over strong.
That's how I know what I'm talking about. Look at The Undertaker. The Undertaker has the best, most spectacular entrance probably in the history of our sport. And when he come in, whatever he give us after that is gravy.
Right. With him, I mean, yeah, he's worth the price of admission just for the entrance.
Worth the entrance.
But we lost you again, Oscar. You're still there.
Yeah, Bray Wyatt had it.
Well, Bray Wyatt also had talent, and he looked like a dangerous man. When it came to a lot of the guys released from NXT, a lot of them very small, very slight. They didn't look like dangerous men. I think when Just Incredible and I had a conversation about that last night. What happened to the men? Now, I remember when I first got involved in wrestling, you walked into the locker room, it was a bunch of adult, dangerous-looking men that looked like they could hurt you. And now, to steal a line from what Kevin Nash has said in different interviews, that it almost looks like a catalog of Abercrombie and Fitch models.
That's right, and that's what we don't need.
Right.
That's what Vince and Bruce and John went down there to get rid of, and God bless him for it.
You want them gone.
Yeah, because if you bring that to the main roster, you bring that to Monday Night Raw, there ain't nobody gonna turn there to watch.
All right. Well, like I said, I agree with the idea, but there is a part that I disagree with, almost like we talked about before in a previous episode. I think WWE in general should be looking for bigger superstar types that they can have on Raw and SmackDown and feature on WrestleMania. Bigger guys that are, 6'1", 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", even bigger if they can find them, that they can develop a personality with. That, and again, pro wrestling isn't for everybody, but, to see if they have what it takes to make it in the king of sports. At the same time, you have NXT with the, largely smaller roster that there is a market for. There's generally 700,000 fans a week that tune into NXT on USA, which is a very good cable rating. I'd say, why don't you have the best of both worlds? Why don't you have NXT as a platform for some of these smaller talents, and then the guys you think that you can showcase in future years on Raw and SmackDown or headline WrestleMania, don't expose them on television. Keep them training at the Performance Center until it's time.
Here's the thing, man.
Let's hear it, brother.
Even in NXT, it is time for you to step your game up. That audience is getting tired of seeing little pretty boys bounce up and down the ring. They got to get some monsters, or they got to get some talent in there that's going to make good stories and that people want to see. They even can create David and Goliath scenarios, but they got to do something to keep that show not even fresh, but brand spanking new.
Well, I tend to agree with you on that. Nothing against the athletes on NXT, but it isn't the NXT that it was a couple of years ago. And did you have a chance to see the new logo for NXT?
I don't even watch it.
Well, they haven't. I don't know if they debuted it on NXT yet, though, but it almost looks like a gay pride flag parade. It's got all kinds of multicolored and flashy, and so I guess they're going to make NXT nice and bright. They're going to take away the dark, dingy look that it had and lighten it up a little bit. And I don't know if that's good. Why not? If nothing else, Raw and SmackDown do resemble each other an awful lot, even though they do have first-class, state-of-the-art production values. NXT at least had a little bit different of a vibe to it. You know what I mean?
You know what? That brings up a question.
All right, let's hear it, brother.
What is your stance on transgender wrestlers? I ain't gonna mention no names because there's a couple floating around, whether people know it or not. But what is your and then too, to broaden the question, transgender athletes. Period. I mean, you basically got men going up against women. They act like that's not what it is. But putting some lipstick and a wig on a man still make him a man.
I think in the Olympics it's wrong. I think in the Olympics, in something like that, I think you should go by what you are identified as by your gender at birth. I mean, there's really this is a tough one to answer without somebody attacking you, and I mean no one no harm in the way I say this, but at the end of the day, the sky is blue, the grass is green. You know what I mean? If you have a certain, if you're born with certain body parts, you are biologically identified a certain way, no matter what you may think emotionally on the inside. And I guess maybe that's maybe where I need to learn. Maybe it's something I need to have more of a learning experience of. I can understand gay because gay, it's a sexual thing. It's what you're attracted to. With the transgender, it's just it confuses me a little bit. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't know. I don't.
Okay, so
we need David Reese on this one.
You said the Olympics is wrong.
And the Olympics is definitely wrong.
Wait. In pro wrestling, basketball, and football, it's okay?
Geez, football. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, I'm trying to walk that fine line of my true opinion and PC at the same time because I think everybody should.
Well, wait. I'll tell you what you do. PC your true opinion.
I think it's a bit much, to be honest.
Okay.
I think it's a bit much.
Yeah.
It's a bit much for me overall. You know, I think everybody in the world deserves to be happy as long as they're not bothering anybody. But, you know, when it takes away from what others are trying to do, like, again, in the Olympics, you know, should you have a woman win a certain medal because even though they were born as a man, you know, they were able to compete as a woman and outshine those that were born as females. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And when we get off the air, make sure you stay on the phone talking to me because I got to tell you something real important.
All right. Well, I can't wait to hear this one. All right,
Yeah.
Oscar, I guess maybe there's a good news outside of the world of transgender. John Cena Sr.'s fabulous world of women's wrestling has been put on hold from the time being.
Whoa!
Did you have anything to do with that?
Not me.
Are you sure?
Not me. What happened?
I don't know the whole story. He's not happy about it. I know that.
Not me. And don't go calling up Reese's Pieces because I don't think he had nothing to do with it either.
Well, Reese has his hands in everything. You know that. Physically and literally.
You mentioned too many names tonight with people that ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Reese has his hands on everything and in everything. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, no. Reese don't got nothing to do with it. I doubt that he even know anything about it. And when I tell him about it, he ain't gonna know what I'm talking about. So nope, Reese ain't have nothing to do with it.
It's almost like Winnie the Pooh when he puts his hands in a jar of honey. Reese's hands are all gooey.
All right, let's sign off because I can't wait to tell you what I got to tell you because it's important.
All right, wrestling fans, we're sorry for the technical difficulties we faced tonight. Tomorrow we're going to go a little retro as we prepare for our Wrestling Insiders Extreme premiere next Tuesday night, September the 7th after NXT. We're going to have special live episodes Wednesday and Thursday at 8 p.m. with Marty Jannetty in his cyber autograph signings. You never know what to expect. Wednesday night at 10 p.m. we'll have our regular Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Thursday, we're going to have our regular Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. And then Friday night, as usual, in its new time slot, after both SmackDown and AEW Rampage, it's going to be John Cena Sr.'s Fabulous Fridays. For my partner in crime on Mondays, the man on a mission himself, Oscar, I'm Dan Marotti. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night from Boston. Tickets are on sale now at BostonWrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Don't forget that Oscar's Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission is back with brand new episodes every week in its traditional time slot of Monday night at 11 p.m. after WWE Raw. As we continue with Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, don't forget all-inclusive VIP packages and event tickets are on sale now as we celebrate 20 years of Boston Wrestling MWF with Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Again, baby, those VIP packages are flying, especially the Ultra and the Platinum. This week we announced that joining Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash, Demolition, and old Marty Jannetty himself will be one of the managerial greats of the 80s, from the Iron Sheik, Nikolai Volkov and Hercules, to the Big Boss Man, Akeem, and the Natural Butch Reed. We could only be talking about the Doctor of Style, Slick, making an extremely rare appearance in Melrose. On November 13th, we'll have a VIP exclusive Legends Q&A, an autograph photo Fanfest open to all, and white-hot in-ring action. If you are in the Northeast or even out of the Northeast, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now to get your tickets. The VIPs, again, they are moving fast. And again, remember, John Cena Sr. has promised something big if the VIPs sell out in advance. If you're part of a nonprofit organization looking to raise cash for your cause, I got a great solution for you folks. Visit WrestlingFundraisers.com to see how we can become a tag team partner with your group for an interactive night of memories and fun that fans will never forget. As I noted earlier, fans, Tuesday nights are going to be getting a lot more interesting starting this Tuesday, September 7th, with Wrestling Insiders Extreme's debut, featuring the superstars and stories around Extreme Championship Wrestling each week after AEW Dynamite. It is unfortunate that Wrestling Insiders at your house had to come to an end due to Tony Atlas's inability to communicate after his theft, but this week, after trying to put some good vibes into the world of pro wrestling while waiting for our new series to kick off Tuesday night, we have a shoot with our friend Brian Knobbs of the Nasty Boys, who unfortunately is hospitalized in Florida right now. We send many positive thoughts and prayers to Knobbs to get healthy and get back to being nasty. In this interview, Brian Knobbs talks about the late, great Pat Patterson and Road Warrior Animal.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders. Dan Marati, happy to be joined by the man of the hour right now, Brian Knobbs. Brian, it took us a while, but you finally made it to Boston and made it to the studio.
Yes, I mean, especially in 2020. I've been around a long time and never saw a year like this in my entire life.
This has probably been the most limited travel you've had since you came out of the womb.
Well, I good friends with Willie Nelson for a long time, through Dusty Rhodes in '88, and when I talked to Willie, he said, you know, and he's 87, never seen nothing like this in his entire life, you know.
Especially in a genre where travel is...
And he's seen about everything, you know. When you're up there and you've been through all kind of different stuff, but this one's, just got to listen to what's going on. That's all I can say.
We keep trucking along. That's all we can do. That's all we can do.
And next year, pray that we'll be doing your show, you know.
We'll be doing not only in studio, but we'll be having live wrestling events too.
Exactly.
And we'll be headed down to Tampa for WrestleMania.
Oh, yes.
Having the big...
Now, is that a... Because they were still saying L.A. Now, are they definitely going to switch it back to Tampa?
I don't think it's a definite yet, but from people that I've spoken with in Connecticut, it's very likely.
Yeah, because L.A.'s
they have very
locked down and
very restricted right now.
No people at the football games or nothing, you know.
If nothing else, Florida has been a little bit more laid back.
And everybody's right down there, developmental in Orlando, so, you know.
Florida is almost...
A lot of the boys live down there, you know, so.
Florida is almost the new second home to WWE.
Well, put it this way, a lot of guys live down there anyway because of Hulkster. Hulkster had everybody to move down because when you were on the road 300 days a year, you wanted somewhere warm in that. You didn't want it raining or, you know, like it is today in Boston. Nothing against Boston, but I came from Tampa, Florida, where my wife thought it was cold, but it was only 68. And it was raining and it was freezing. And I'm glad I brought a coat this time.
I'd take 68 right about now. I don't know about you.
Oh, yes. It was very, very, very nice.
All right, wrestling fans, a lot of you chimed in via Twitter, via email. You wanted to know Brian's thoughts on the passing of the late, great Pat Patterson recently, a man you worked with extensively in WWF.
Yeah, that's a hard one. He was a genius in our business. Nobody knows it. And then, you know, if people could see his work back in the day when he tagged with Ray Stevens, they were unbelievable. I mean, unbelievable. You're talking 50s and 60s. And Ray Stevens and Wahoo at the time helped bring me and SAG up, and we started with Vern Gagne in AWA up in Minnesota, and Ray was up there working at the time and was booker with Wahoo, but Ray was there first and would come down to the camp and show us, but he was a fantastic worker. Pat was just, you know, he actually was a genius. I mean, he came up with the Royal Rumble.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, so people don't know the behind the scenes, but yeah, that was a hard one. And then, of course, only a month or two ago, or 3 months, we lost our good friend Animal.
He was supposed to be in that very seat on November 14th.
Yeah, he was a good friend. We had a lot of good times with him and Hawk. They were good guys. See, we grew up with all of them guys. And Kurt Hennig, Mr. Perfect, was our mentor because we grew up with Vern Gagne, and Brad Reagan's trained us for Vern School, and he was an Olympic champion. So we were on Olympic mats for 3 months. And I was like, I didn't sign up for this. I'm getting stretched every day. And then when you couldn't even lift your arm because Brad, almost like a Stu Hart camp, or, Eddie Graham down in Florida had one like that. They had Mansuda, he broke Hulkster's leg back in the day and all that stuff. But, yeah, man, it was, no joke. We started with 22 people, and me and Sag were the only ones to survive the camp. But we lived on the bottom of Brad, so there was no calling it a day off or nothing because he knew we were down there. And then our car broke, so we couldn't get the hell out of there even if we wanted to. But we loved it. I mean, once we got, we had everybody staying. I mean, Shawn Michaels used to, be our roommate, not only there, but in Tennessee. And then Marty would come in every now and again, would sleep on the floor. So, but, just the guys we met just from that era, and, Pat wasn't there at the time, but Ray was. But you're talking about Buddy Rose, Colonel De Beers, I mean, all the Nick Bockwinkel, all these guys that knew how to work and knew their psychology, and, and then right after we went 6 months through the wrestling camp, you think we got right in the ring? Hell no, you had to drive the ring first. Then you refereed. There was a whole thing till you finally got in the ring, And for some reason, they used me and Sag. We grew up together, and usually they put a veteran and a young guy together, but they didn't for us, and, it worked, and here we are today, so.
Still going strong in 2020, 2021.
Yeah.
And hopefully it stays that way.
Yeah, let's hope, they get a handle on this crazy 2020, and in 2021 we can get back to some kind of normalcy and have the fans out there again, and because there ain't nothing like that. And I got to take my hat off to the guys today because it's actually, hard to wrestle with no fans there, because you feed off that. That makes you have, better matches and, because you like if you're the bad guy and they're booing you, you're doing the right job. If you're the good guy and they're cheering you on, you're doing your good job. But now it's kind of taken away. So I got that. Take my hat off to him right away. But back to Pat, he was marvelous. The last time I seen him, believe it or not, was at Rocky Johnson's funeral.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the last time I seen him. We talked, and he would always go, "Yay!" Talking to Montreal, French Canadian. He would always joke with me and Sag. But yeah, me and Sag loved him. He was a good guy, man. He definitely was. And then
he cut kind of an unusual promo at that wake, didn't he?
It was pretty crazy. That's all I can say about that. It was definitely a wrestler's funeral.
I remember his wife, Sheila, called Tony Atlas that night and explained to him a lot of the craziness that went on at that wake. I guess it was kind of an interesting experience, maybe.
Yeah, it definitely was. And then, just like, like football and baseball, wrestling has its own fraternity of brothers.
Exactly.
And nobody ever heard anything because that's the way it is, The people that were there, it wasn't for everybody. It was for certain, just like wrestlers and, and Rocky married to Ada, and so the Wild Samoans were there. I mean, you had a lot of people. Everybody was showed up. I mean, it was real good. I mean, it was a
nice show of respect.
Yeah, and then The Rock. I mean, gave one heck of a thing. A speech for his dad, and it was really heartfelt. And the one thing that gets to him is he couldn't say bye to his dad. So because it happened so sudden. And he's the one that I was talking to you earlier that told me about my knee replacement when I had that, a year ago.
The Rock or Rocky?
Rocky.
Oh, Rocky Johnson,
yeah,
right.
Rocky was there, and me and Sag were at a Comic-Con in Orlando, and he looked at me, he goes, "Knobs," and he knew us. We know Rocky all the way back from '87. We were all in Tennessee together. That's when we babysit.
Yep.
Yeah, that's when we babysit The Rock. Him and Ada would go on once a month, go for like a dinner, and we'd watch it. But it wasn't really babysitting because he was 14, 15. But
yeah,
we feed him some beers and Then Rocky would come down. You feed my kid beers? And, oh, no, Rocky. Yeah, he was always real close to us, and we always had good times every time we saw him. And he said that, no, that's infected. And Sag was on me, that's infected. So when I got home, I went right to, and they said, emergency room before you know it, getting this operated on, getting a new knee replacement. And, what a, 6 weeks, 2 weeks in the hospital, 4 weeks in rehab, and still kind of so-so. It's not quite all there yet. And then I needed one on my right side, but I would never
on the right side?
Another knee replacement.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, and then shoulder replacement. I could just go down a big list, but right now I'm not doing anything. Staying away from the hospital scene and all that, and I'm kind of.
You're here in the studio relaxing.
Yeah, exactly.
Telling
Nice chair,
telling
comfortable.
some stories.
Yeah.
Cold beverage.
Got
what
me
more could
cold
you ask
beverage
for?
over here. Yeah, I can't complain.
Making new friends. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, and like I told you, my good friend Pat Catino gave me a double thumbs up. I talked to him before I came here, and for those who don't know who he is, he owned the World's Gym here in Boston for years, and Hulkster met him first, and he was Hulk's good friend, and then Hulk brought all the boys there. Every time we would come around the area, we'd work out over there, and Pat would treat us first class, and he said, "You're a first class dude, thumbs up." And once he talked, because he's such a good friend of mine, all he had to say was that, because this is the first time I ever met you.
Right.
And I said, well, any guy that says that, you're instantly good friends with me. I didn't even have to meet you, but now that I met you,
That's kind of the way the fraternity and even the extended fraternity works. Pat's a great human being.
Like that it's just me and you, because if Sags was here, I wouldn't be able to get a word in edgewise.
And he said the same thing about you.
That's what happens when you know each other since you're 10 years old.
Do you want to know how that concept almost came to be? Marty Jannetty, of all people, being the wise sage that he is, said it's almost like when you have a group of people and it's at nighttime and you're sitting around the water and you're looking at the moon's reflection off the water, and someone says to you, point to the moon, and you point to it right there, and it's where you see it. If I say to you, point to the moon, you might point there, and that's where you see it. So even though you may have lived things and experienced the same things, you may see it in different ways and different points of view.
I know some, Hall of Fame football players, baseball players, hockey players, and they all have their fraternity of brothers, and that's the way wrestling is. It's that close of a knit family, and, we all respect each other, and, sometimes you get guys that don't, but, then you don't bother with it. Right. It is what it is, but usually everybody gets along, and, I'm still talking to everybody from Ric Flair to Bret Hart to Hulkster to, everybody that's still around. I puts a tear to my eye, but I did a video. Animal's wife, Kim, told me to do an interview for her 60th. So I gave him, and Scott Norton did one too, and did one kind of like me. I was going, oh, what a rush, you're 60 now, giving him crap that he was 60. And then 3 days later, he passed, just like.
I was really looking forward to having him with us.
Yeah.
Here in this studio.
And Hawk, he was crazy.
Well,
if you asked Hawk what he was doing, he'd say, anything I want. And he said, all right, Hawk. He was a good man, too. But all from Minneapolis. All them guys were from Minnie.
I don't know what was in the water up in Minnesota.
No, there's, and Wayne Bloom's still, from the Beverly Brothers. Yeah. He's still around, but a lot of them have passed on already. Yeah. But Barry Darsow, he just moved out of Minnesota.
Man,
he's living with his, not living, but he's building a house where his son is.
Barry moved out of Minnesota?
He moved over and bought a house on the lake with his son, Dakota, who's a deputy in Michigan. And I'm not sure if it's up by kind of like Kellogg or something like that.
Barry lives in Michigan now?
Yeah.
I just spoke to him within the past few weeks. He didn't mention that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
He sold his business, and I'm not sure if he moved all the way yet, but he said he was getting a place. And,
good for him.
I
didn't know that.
Dakota, he came and trained at my school when I used to have the Nashville School of Wrestling for a while, and I was happy with that. I got a couple guys in TNA, and the one guy, and then he screwed up, but he won the Tough Enough contest. I forget, he was a tall guy. He was actually, he was related to Dan Spivey. But,
oh, really?
He played for Florida Atlantic football. And I taught him, and then from there, Dan got him in there to do the Tough Enough, and he was the one that won it, remember? And then Stone Cold stunned him, and then something happened. I guess the drug
I know
test or
exactly
something.
who you mean, but I can't think of his name.
Yeah,
I can picture him.
And he was in my school for like 6 months. I can't remember his name.
The funny
but he's a nice guy.
The runner-up used to wrestle for us, Luke Robinson, and he was trained by Tony Atlas up in Maine.
Yeah.
So isn't that funny? I didn't
Tony's
know
a
you
good
had
guy.
a connection.
How about him? He still looks great.
Tony's with us every Tuesday night at 10 o'clock. Tuesdays with Tony.
He still looks fantastic.
I tell you.
Said, he's a good guy too. He's another good friend of ours.
But you know what? It's a great thing. Again, we talk about having a platform like this studio for the guys. Tony, I don't know if you're familiar with what happened with his wife, but in June of 19, she had a stroke. She's been hospitalized ever since. They lost her income. They take all of her Social Security check except $40 every month. Then the coronavirus hits. Tony can't wrestle. He's had very few appearances outside of this TV studio.
Well,
the one thing that's kept him going is actually his artwork that he does. We've been able to get him some bookings from the great fans that watch these shows. So, like I said previously, WWE, they can present history however they want to. They bought it. It's their right. But there's a lot of other guys out there with great experiences, great memories, great legends, great stories, and this is a great place to share them so we can keep them remembered forever.
I'm working right now. We're pitching a show, and I don't want to say too much about it, but it's kind of like what you're talking about now.
Good.
You know what I mean?
Good.
So, yeah.
We'll talk about that at Kowloon later on.
Yeah,
That
definitely.
good friend Andy Watt.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of interested to know now. You piqued my curiosity.
Yeah, well, I got sick of, watching the Dark Side of the Ring. I was on the Jimmy Snuka one, the After Dark, and okay, it's an intriguing show, but all it does is kind of cut down the wrestlers, like this happened to Dino Bravo, this guy did this, or this guy did, Jimmy. 32 years later, they got him for murder, and I don't know what happened there, but they bring up like all the bad stuff, and they never. And I was going, well, wait a minute, there's a lot of guys out there, that love this business, and the fans love this business, and all you're ever telling is, it's always a bad story, no matter what, it's a bad story, like the tragedy that happened to Owen and all that stuff.
Oh,
it's like,
God,
it just.
You want, instead of the dark side of the ring, you want the light side of the ring.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of fun and a lot of fun in it.
Exactly.
And to be fair, there is a lot of doom and gloom in our crazy industry.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of fun that the people at home could not possibly imagine.
No.
Unless they've been in it and lived it.
Drive around with the Iron Sheik for about 4 months.
Well,
back in the day.
I just remember the one car ride, and that was more than enough.
He would, because he was from, he came from Iran, but he worked for Vern. But then he was used to that cold weather. He'd make us put down the windows. Me and Sag were young back then, and we were freezing. We were driving up to North Dakota somewhere, and he's slapping his chest and being the Sheik, He said, Sheik, can we please close the window, And then when we roomed with him, he'd have the door open, to get that cold air in. And I'm like, it's freezing in here. Me and Sag were shivering, and he was doing squats.
Oh, he loves to do those squats. The life and time of Hossein Khosrow Vaziri. I think when the time comes, Brian, we could probably do an entire episode just on that man.
I call him all the time, and he thanks me. He calls me and Sag Knobs Bubba and Sag's Bubba, but he really thanks me because he goes, no one really gets in contact with him no more or nothing like that, and I always cheer him up, It's
so hard for him to get around now. Where he says, you hate to say it, but ever since he became sober, all of the pain in that body caught up with him so much, and it's been tough.
But people don't realize
kills me.
He did the real deal, like Brad did. I mean, Brad Ring he's getting another shoulder replacement, like his third one. He's got knees, both of his. I call him a bionic man, but Cosgrove, the Sheik's the same way. I think he won a gold medal before I ran back in '68 or something. And Greco-Roman, that's yes, big time tough. And, that's the real deal there.
Yep.
So even before pro wrestling, that takes a wear and tear on your body. I mean, even Kurt Angle,
Yeah.
got a lot of the injuries from, when he won the
With
gold.
a broken neck.
Yeah.
When he won it.
Ah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And he still went on to, wrestle after. That's one tough SOB. And he's a great guy. You know what I mean? What a good guy, So I started a company, and I was doing the 10th man for the Rays. They asked if I'd do the 10th man, so because they weren't getting people when they played Boston and the Yankees, more Boston fans than Yankee fans showed
Right.
up at Tropicana, so they wanted to change that when the new regime came in, Sternberg, and they asked me and be like the guy and do videos, so I did videos, and I went to almost every game, and I did that for like 4 years, and then in I think it was '07, they asked me to do a Legends of Wrestling night. And I got the guys together, and we signed autographs. Then we did 3 matches afterwards by home plate. And we had Steiner, we had, Brett the one time. And then all of a sudden I was getting calls from Florida Marlins wanted it, Pittsburgh Pirates, this and that. And then I made a company, and, we've been doing pretty good. We sold out Detroit 2 years in a row, a hockey arena, 5,000. Then we did Citi Field, where Mets play.
Yeah.
That drew almost 12,000 people, and it was an independent.
You're
And
still very active in the world of professional wrestling.
it was something like, for some reason, that '80s, '90s era, because I guess the characters, I don't know, but the fans still love the Hacksaws and the, Ted DiBiase's and Jake the Snakes and the.
There's more of an interest in that, I hate to say it, as there is right now with the current product. I believe there's more wrestling fans out there that don't watch current wrestling than there are that do. The declines across the board before coronavirus. Look at WWE. Their television ratings hit rock bottom.
Yeah.
Merchandising was down. WWE Network subscriptions were down. Merchandising was down. And I'm a proud WWE stockholder. I want them to invest the money wisely beyond someone that enjoys, just watching wrestling.
Well, they definitely, everybody says, what's your favorite match? And us against, we have so many, it's hard to mention just one, but the one that stands out is definitely one against the Hart Foundation, WrestleMania 7, because that's what labeled us and stamped us at the time. And even my pop, would say, I was in AWA, then we're here and there, but he never got to see that. We were from Pennsylvania, so he would just get to see the WWF. That's all he kept on saying. You're not in the WWF yet, kid. You're not in the WWF. Then we finally got there, and it's kind of.
He was very proud.
Yeah, but not when I got home. He would always say, "What are you doing home? Get a job." The good old blue collar old man. He kept me in line all the time, and my uncle too. My uncle Reuben, another crazy guy from the. There was something in the water where me and Sag grew up too, because there's a lot of crazy guys, but not everybody got into wrestling. But our friends that we still, talk all the time and stuff like that. And you're talking. We all graduated together in '81, so, man, I'm getting old.
You know what's funny? I didn't know that I knew you and Jerry had quite a history, but I didn't know you went all the way back to Little League.
And in Little League, he had only half a tooth with a tooth missing now from the thing. And I said, what happened to you? And he said, my brother shot it out with a BB gun. I went, I think we're going to be friends. That was when we were 10. He was first baseman and couldn't stretch, and the guys would throw the ball and would hit the ground and hit him in the face, and I was in left field, and I would have to, even if it was right in front of me, I would have to try to make a spectacular play. Sometimes I would drop it, and then the coach would be going, "What are you doing? It was right there. Why do you have to try to dive for it?" I was always trying to do something, but we've been friends for a long time, and what's crazy is our great-great-grandfathers used to ride motorcycles together back in the 30s.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
Wow.
And when he came to my house, my grandmother said, Saggy, are you a Saganovich? And he goes, yes. Was your great-grandfather, and he said, yes, he was. He goes, well, he hung around with my husband. And my dad, my great-grandfather, died when he was young. He was only 30 on a motorcycle accident, no helmet at the time, Indian motorcycle. They were crazy back then, but yes, I got some stories on that, but that's how close, knit the families are and
That's
all
great.
that stuff.
And still friends to this day, huh?
Yeah.
That's something.
Yeah.
All right, before we go in this little tidbit of remembrance, any final thoughts on the great Pat Patterson? Did you ever hear him sing My Way?
Oh, yeah.
He loved My Way.
He loved karaoke. Oh, you get karaoke, and then almost like Masa Saito, he used to like singing I Left My Heart in San Francisco. And
he was a karaoke guy
but
too?
he didn't sing too good, but he was, but he loved that song. But just like,
well, he almost left his heart at that McDonald's with Ken Patera, but that's a different story for a different time.
Well, he wasn't at there. He was at the Room. Ken kind of.
Oh, that's right. He was back at the room when the police came.
That's what happened.
That's right.
Yeah, but anyway, Pat was just a genius in this business. He's going to be missed, and he was there for a long time. I mean, he was with Vince
since the early 80s.
Yeah, and came up with the ideas, and what a mind for this business. So he's, and he was always happy and throwing jokes, and good guy.
Was he helpful to you when you guys came in?
Oh yeah. He'd tell right there, when he watched it, he'd call you aside and, tell you what's going on. You know what I mean? And we were taught, if you want to ask some people, because some of the, big legends and stuff won't give you advice if you don't want to ask. They're not going to come up there, but Pat would come up there because, he was working on the other side and, would say, hey, you should try this or maybe try that or, So, but yeah, he was always helpful, but just too much. And then we lost, I went to that funeral too, but we were all signing at the main event in New York, and the guy brought me and Sag in, and he brought me and Gene and Pat in, and them two together. Oh God, it's just funny. Oh yeah, because they're always at each other, going back and forth. You know what I mean? They're always nipping at each other. And they were right next to us. Oh, they had us laughing the whole time we were signing. But
Oh, you made it to Mean Gene services too?
Oh yeah, yeah.
We had tried to get him to come into the studio not too long before he passed away too. Another one who's I would have loved to have sat here and documented some of his career.
Oh, and the stories he has. He was around for a long time too, Yeah. He's a Minneapolis.
Another Minnesota guy. That's right. Started out as a DJ and wound up in the world of professional wrestling.
Yes, sir. And it's just so many lately. I mean, boom, 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 boom. You go, what the heck? You know what I mean? I mean, even we lost Bundy. We lost a lot of people this year. If you really think about it, Kamala, we just lost him. And he was a gentle giant.
Another man that sat in your very seat here in the studio,
Yeah.
We did a nice 3-hour piece with him.
What a nice guy.
Yep, good human being.
Gentle giant, really, really nice. And that gimmick, he made some money. Him and Hogan made some money all over the place.
They had a big house show during Hogan's peak in 86 and 87.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like I was going to tell you, though, with the, like he was the 10th man for the race.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, so they get me to come up here when we're playing you guys, and then it was I think we had this 3-1. It was the 5th game. If they win it, they're going to the World Series. Well,
2008. Okay.
Yeah, and they got me great seats, and Pat went with us, and we had this Rayhawk shirts, and
now,
we were Pat Catino.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I had these Rayhawk shirts made up, and I had my hair purple, and man, the first inning, some guy right in front of me threw a beer in my face, but we were only like 10 rows up from, and the other guy was asking, how did you get these seats? Because they were usually, season ticket holder,
Right.
the ones that right there where you're up front. And I said, well, they got them for us, And then in the 7th inning, 18 cops came up and they escorted me out of Fenway for my own safety because the U's were losing at the time. So they were afraid, the fans, because I already had beer thrown on me, every piece of hot dogs off my head. And I had my wife with me, so she was getting pelted and that. But I'm used to it because I know when I wrestled the Garden back in the day, it was you get everything thrown at you.
And Catino wore a Devil Ray shirt?
What's that?
Catino wore a Devil Ray shirt?
He wore a Ray Hawks, my shirt that I had made, but it had the Tropicana field behind it. It had my face with the thing, and it said Ray Hawk.
I'm ashamed of the man. I love Fenway Park.
You know how much heat he got over it?
No.
Because it was on the news when they escorted me out. And then someone switched the story like I got kicked out, and I didn't. They kicked me. The cops were scared that I would not get attacked. And then I was outside taking pictures with all the police, and you hear this big roar, and that's when Big Papi hit the grand slam. You guys came back, then went to Tampa. We lost Game 6, and then we finally won Game 7 in Tampa.
I'll never forget that night. I remember exactly where I was.
Yeah.
But you know what? Hey, the Red Sox have won 4 world championships in this century. Fans can't complain. That's a pretty good percentage.
But that stadium, that's like a cathedral right there. You know what I mean?
Well, do you go to the Rays games still?
You know what? I haven't been for a while. After Coach Madden left, and then me and him became good friends, and he won with Chicago. So I go on occasions, and they ask me to come over, but not like I was. When I was going like 60, 70 games.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, I wish I was buddies with you then. I would have been going with you.
Well, and then what's your announcer? Is it Remy?
Jerry Remy.
Yeah,
Rem Dog.
And I didn't really know him too good, but I had one of my friends who lives from Boston, Rick McIntosh, and we always would go up to see Dwayne Stacks and them, and he went over and introduced me to him, and I says, nice to meet you, sir, this and that, and my boy here from up here, he went totally crazy, and when we were going downstairs, he goes, you don't even know who that is, and I didn't at the time because we never got Boston down there, unless when we played, we didn't hear the announcer. The announcer was Dwayne Stacks, and I forget the pitcher that used to be there, but it was a lot of fun, you know what I mean? It was.
They used to put you on the Boston broadcasts, and Remy would commentate over you heckling the Red Sox on the Boston
feed. Well, because I was always sitting, they always had me in them good seats on the thing, But right after they got won the World Series, that won the World Series, after they played the Phillies, well, that's where Marie and Sag are from. So I was then they asked me to go to Philly, and I went, I said, I'm from Philly. I'll never get from my car to the stadium with any Ray stuff on because them fans are just crazy.
That's a different breed.
Yeah, it definitely is.
It's a different breed.
Hey, they threw snowballs at Santa Claus.
I remember, right? Yep. All right, before we go, Brian, any final memories of Pat Patterson, the man that did it his way?
You know what? I could just say that he always gave great advice. He was a true legend. And if people could ever look back, it has to be, WWE has to have it on the network, but if you watch when he wrestled, because he was amazing. He really was. He was just an amazing wrestler. He had an amazing mind for this business, and he's going to be dearly missed, that's for sure.
All right, wrestling fans, and I'll say this, Brian, you're going to be dearly missed until the next episode we tape. We've had a heck of a lot of fun. We hope to turn Brian into a regular, much like we have with Tony Atlas, with Marty Jannetty, and some of the other great legends that pour in and out of this humble TV studio. If you see this before the big day comes, December the 25th, don't forget, our pallbearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive Cyber Fanfest continues through the big day. You can continue to honor this man's memory and update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's house this holiday. For
That's
my
awesome.
Partner in crime, Brian Nobbs, I'm Dan Marotti. Until we see you again, folks, you and yours, be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Stay nasty.
Tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. As noted earlier, we're going to be having an all-new Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after WWE NXT starting this Tuesday, September 7th, with Wrestling Insiders Extreme, where we focus on the world that was ECW. If you want to keep Wrestling Insiders rolling 7 days a week, we invite you to check out the great selection of items in the Boston Wrestling eBay store featuring superstars of every era. Each purchase not only helps out these fine talk shows, but you get an on-air shout-out from one of our featured superstar hosts as our thanks for helping the team. You can find the link to the Boston Wrestling eBay store in the description box below. Along with giving tonight's supersized Wrestling Insiders Week in Review a thumbs up, subscribe to this YouTube channel. It is absolutely free. Over 2,000 videos at your disposal. It's the best way to show YouTube that you guys are interacting with and enjoying what we do. Leave your thoughts in the Premier Chat in the comment section below. As always, the Super Chat button is always open for business. It's that gray little $ symbol, just like the service you get from a waiter or a bartender. Recognize the great entertainment we bring you. Thanks to Captain Lou, we're now using Venmo at Boston Wrestling. Welcome to technology in 2021 for us. PayPal is open at bw@bostonwrestling.com. Again, every dollar raised helps us keep the lights on and bring you more great superstars to share their stories with you. Coming up, it's our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition, as I'm joined by our longtime friend, a man we're going to be seeing on November the 13th, the legendary Demolition Axe, as he shoots on WWF 1986. The origins of a team he was a part of, the Machines from Japan, Andre the Giant, Blackjack Mulligan, Bobby the Brain Heenan, Big John Studd, King Kong Bundy, the WWE Hall of Fame, and tons more. Here's Axe.
And I'm very happy to have this fine first-class gentleman with us here in studio. Gentleman, Demolition Axe, mass superstar, Bill Eadie. We love having you no matter what we call you.
I appreciate it.
As long as we don't call you late for dinner.
That's it.
And we certainly don't want you to be late for dinner when it comes to our great friends about a block down the road at Red Rose Chinese food here in Melrose. We saw the spread that they had for us, Bill. We almost had to end the night.
I remember a year or so ago. It was fantastic.
They fed us well.
Yeah.
They fed us well. You're going to regain those 29 pounds pretty quick.
I hope so.
And I tell you this, if these fine folks can make this dilapidated face look reasonably well, our good friends over at Noel's Salon, 347 Pleasant Street in Malden, I mean, if they can make this look decent, imagine what they can do for the average folks, especially the ladies. They specialize in so many different areas of hair. Visit noelsalon.com. We thank them for trying to make me look as handsome as humanly possible. Trust me, it is not an easy endeavor. I don't have the John Cena Senior gimmick. You know what I mean? He's got a little bit of the turf. You know?
Oh, yeah?
He doesn't got the grass. He's got the turf. You know what I mean? That's all right, though. Sometimes when the lights get a little warm, I think the glue is going to melt, but that's all right. We love Johnny anyway. We've done a couple of great episodes with Bill. The one thing you guys have asked for, really, is to try and almost match him up with the episodes we did with Demolition Smash, Barry Darso down at Wrestle House in Tampa, Florida, WrestleMania week, when Bill had his Clark Griswold-like family vacation adventure.
Oh, boy.
When everything that could went wrong between the car and the air conditioner and the bug-infested hotel, and
yeah.
It was not a WrestleMania for you to remember.
No, it wasn't. That was, I blocked that out of my memory.
It's unbelievable. Our junior ambassador in the director's room, Devon Brent, he got to go to WrestleMania for the first time and experience it, even though half of the crowd were cardboard heads that were taped to the seats to make it look like it was a full house. But it was a unique experience to wear rain ponchos and have a rain delay like it was a baseball game in the middle of a wrestling show. But you know what? Maybe that will make for an even better memory for him. He had a lot of fun. And our thanks to WWE for being so kind to let the gentleman be there.
Nice.
It's been very good to him since you know what's funny? And you know, a lot can be said of good and bad about WWE, but I've made a lot of, even though it's been a long time since I've technically been with them, he got hit by a car and broke his leg, and they sent him a full-size version of that John Cena belt, the one that spun, with his name inscribed on it.
Oh, nice.
So I said, I hope he's not going to run out into the street and get hit by more cars to try and get more belts, but at least he got one out of the deal, I guess. But I mean, this is one of those little replica ones. This was one of those massive $500 type deals that they sell online.
That's a good gesture.
There's a lot of nice people that work in Stamford, Connecticut.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that I think most of the wrestlers and I think most of humanity hear about would probably change if they could. But there's a lot of great people that work in that building. And you know what? And I think there's a lot of unsung heroes in that company.
I believe so too.
Yeah. You were there long enough. You know, and the funny thing is still a lot of them that are probably from back then that are still there now, just in different capacities.
Yeah.
All right. When it comes to, for those of you who may be really new to the scene, when we say WWF, we're talking about what is now WWE. Up until 2002, when the braggadocious World Wrestling Federation went above and beyond their agreement with the World Wildlife Foundation, where they wouldn't promote WWF outside of the United States, they lost a lawsuit. And in May of 2002, they came up with the slogan, "Get the F out." They became WWE, and I hate that name, Bill.
Yeah, well,
I hate that name.
We weren't involved with it, so for us, our experience was WWF.
I liked it. I suggested it to them after the fact, and imagine if they used it. How foolish I would have been to have suggested it. I liked WWX. Kind of edgier at that time. They were still not too far removed from the Attitude Era.
Pre-XFL then.
Yeah, yeah. I think WWE, to me it sounds kind of weak. I don't know. Yeah. One man's opinion. I don't know. I'll always, it took me years to stop saying WWF.
And what does the E stand for?
Entertainment.
Okay.
Yeah, well, enough said. Well, we'll go back to the days when it was actually wrestling, the wrestling that you loved. Bill had a great run as the mass superstar in WWF. We're going to talk about that further down the road. But again, we want to try and keep in the same timeline as we did with Barry when we had him with us alone in Tampa. Because, you know, of all the people to have put, to pontificate such a very interesting thought, it was our friend Marty Jannetty. And we know Marty. There's a lot of great things about Marty. And we also know that Marty's out of his mind. But, you know, he said when we talked, I think it was the Nasty Boys, because we did the same thing. We did individual interviews as opposed to a group. And there were a lot of folks that say, why? Why didn't you interview them together? But to me, you know what? You're two different human beings, two different perspectives. And like Marty in that very chair said, you know what? You could say to me, point to the moon. If we're sitting looking at a body of water, point to the moon. And you could point right there, and the moon would be there. And you could say to Dan, point to the moon. I look down, and the moon's right there. We're both looking at the same moon, but different perspectives.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So for Marty to come up with that, I was actually very impressed with them. Beyond Mass Superstar, as I said, we'll go back that direction a little bit. But in 1986, you came to the World Wrestling Federation, not too far off from that, but as one of the machines from Japan. How did the machines from Japan come to be in 1986? A giant masked Andre the Giant who was suspended in storyline by Jack Tunney. I believe you were the big machine. Were you the big machine?
Super.
You were the super machine, and Black Jack Mulligan was the big machine.
Right.
How did this faction come to be?
Well, there had been a team, you know, back up a little bit. Mm-hmm. Andre and I had been going back and forth for Inoki's office, New Japan, for years. Mm-hmm. Individuals as tags, as opponents in tags. And they had a team and a manager called the Strong Machines. And I think one was Japanese, one was from Korea. Their manager was Wakamatsu, Japanese kid. And he had been established manager. Well, they were very popular and over, but they were heels. So, excuse me, Andre and I were going over for, I've got a little residue from the COVID, so you have to bear with me. Andre and I were going over for a tag team tournament. And when we landed, they took us to the office. And they said, the Strong Machines have just jumped from New Japan to All Japan. Wakamatsu, the manager, stayed. We have an idea, and we'll run with it for a while and see if it catches on. Make the Giant Machine and the Super Machine. Everybody knows who Superstar was. Everybody knew who the Giant was. Wakamatsu's your manager, and every night he's going to challenge his other team with his new team. They're bigger, they're stronger, they're more efficient, they're devastating, and sort of tried to bury him. So in the process, Vince got, I think maybe Andre had talked to them, somebody in the office, Vince Sr. or somebody, and they sent Gene Okerlund over to do an interview. And then when we finished in Japan, they brought it to New York.
Now, in Japan, they never tried to hide the fact that you were the mass superstar?
Oh, no.
Okay.
People knew that.
Oh, really? Okay.
People knew that, and they wanted people to know that. The manager said that I have a stronger team, a bigger team, a better team. So it was against the guys that had left the company. Years after that, they came back from Bubba's group back to Inoki.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
See, now that part I never knew as far as the Japanese side of things went. So Blackjack Mulligan wasn't involved in Japan?
Not originally. Andre was in negotiations to film The Princess Bride. So when he left for England, it was going over well here. And a lot of people don't realize. They say, why would you do that? Everybody knew who it was. That was silly. Well, they were supposed to know. It was like a comic series.
Yeah.
So they found they needed another one to replace Andre. You can't replace Andre, but you can get pretty close with Mulligan.
Big man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we had a lot of fun with it.
So Andre, as far as in-ring competition, he really didn't don the mask too many times in the United States. It was more in Japan.
In Japan.
And he was filming Princess Bride.
Yes.
And then, so did they almost try and use the rub as Bobby Heenan trying to expose Andre as being the Giant Machine while he was suspended by Jack Tunney?
Right.
While you guys wrestled? That was kind of the
Right.
concept of it. And then on the road, it was, for a long time, it was you and Blackjack against Stud and Bundy.
Right. And then we'd have six-man tags.
Right.
We'd have the Hogan Machine. We'd have the Junkyard Machine. We'd have the Animal Machine. We'd have the Piper Machine.
That was right here in Boston.
Yeah.
That would have been October of '86.
And we did that all over the country.
I think the Crusher did it once, didn't he?
He may have.
Yeah.
We had so many different partners that, and I think the people enjoyed it.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't take it as serious. They, you know, how are you going to cover up Roddy Piper or Hulk Hogan? I mean.
Well, no, I remember with at least with the Piper match, every time the referee had his back turned, Piper would go like this, and then Bobby would start going nuts.
Yeah.
That's Piper. That's Roddy Piper. That's Roddy
Yeah.
Piper. So, you know, it was meant tongue-in-cheek, but it was a lot of fun, and it drew well.
Yeah, it did well.
Did you expect it to be a long-term gimmick, or did you think it was going to be as short as
it was when we first was introduced to it in Japan, it was going to be for the extent of the tour, and I think it might have been a 6 or 7 week tour. And they thought, well, we'll see how it goes. We figured it'd be a number of weeks. I think it went months. So.
Yeah, WWF, it went through the end of 1986.
Yeah.
And what did you think about having Captain Lou as your manager? So these Japanese machines had a mouthpiece.
Well, there again, I mean, he was part of the comedy aspect of it. He was off the wall. It just added to it. So,
Did you like having Lou with you as a manager?
well, he was with us in events, the ring, occasionally if it was around New York, and in television, but he was never with us on the road.
He wasn't doing the house shows, sir.
No, he was just a
TV
mouthpiece.
mainly?
Yeah,
Yeah.
TV.
Yeah, and actually, if you look back at the history, he retired with you guys.
Did he?
In December of 1986, yeah, he finished up with the Machines from his managerial career, and he went on to, for the video game aficionados out there, and I know we have a couple in the control room, Captain Lou Albano left WWF during its big boom to become Super Mario
Yes.
on the Super Mario Brothers TV show. He was actually
had
Mario.
a good run with that too. That's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm sure he made some big money as Super
Yeah.
Mario. Yeah, but I remember, I think it was September of '86 in Boston. It was you and Blackjack against Stud and Bundy as the Machines. And then there was an angle where it built to the next month where it was the six-man, where it was you guys with the Piper machine against Stud, Bundy, and Bobby Heenan. And we talked about, in an earlier episode, Patterson and Ray Stevens. For a guy that was a manager, Bobby Heenan took some great bumps.
Oh boy, he was pretty athletic. I mean, he was a pretty good wrestler too.
Yeah.
Just his.
He didn't really look it, but
No, and of course, his size, he couldn't work with anybody, but as a manager, he could work with anybody.
memories of working with Stud and Bundy. Certainly guys that weren't going to take the bumps that Bobby Heenan did.
Well, John was a friend of mine for years before that, and he was actually my partner. He was
Oh, really?
he was the Superstar 2 in the Mid-Atlantic area.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah.
They put him under a hood?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Superstar 2 character. So I had a good relationship with him, and you know, both those guys were big guys, so you can't.
Yeah.
They're the same as Mulligan. So I would have to work around them. You're not going to expect them to take flying bumps and this and that.
No.
But they could take bumps from Mulligan, of course.
Right.
Or if we were in six mans with Andre, they can certainly take bumps from Andre. Good memories, good fond memories. I knew Bundy in Georgia when he first broke in.
Did he have hair then?
I don't think so. No.
He shaved it at that point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he was out in Mid-South, and I went back and forth out there. And I had asked to go, someone asked me to go to Germany. We were in Japan, and one of the promoters from Germany was there and wanted to book me to go to Germany, but I never had any free time. So they contacted me and said, we'd like you to come now. And I said, I really can't. And I suggested taking Bundy.
Oh,
And so Bundy got his first overseas tour.
Because of you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and he always thanked me for that, yeah. He was over there for about 3 or 4 weeks. So he experienced different styles of wrestling.
And that's great for every talent. You
Yeah,
know, to
yeah.
break away from the regular rhyme and
Yeah.
routine and learn something new, a different culture, a different
Yeah.
style of wrestling, different wrestling promotions back then when
Yeah.
there were so many different places you could learn and work from.
Yeah.
Was it difficult to work with them when it was just the straight tags, when it was just you and Mulligan against Stud and Bundy? Because
No, it wasn't difficult to work. I think that they were professionals. I think they respected us. They knew we were trying to have a good match. They never tried to squash us. I always felt I could take care of myself, and I knew Mulligan could. And I knew Bundy could, and John could, so why are we going to go out there and just give haymakers? Just have a match.
But I mean, as far as, you know, like we mentioned, neither one of them were big bump takers. It was maybe a little bit more slower and methodical than when you threw Bobby
that
in the
aspect,
six-mans.
That aspect, it wasn't a Jannetty Shawn Michaels type match or a Bret Hart match, but
Yeah.
you know, we worked a lot against Barry and I worked against a lot of big guys, and you just adjust your match each night. You know, you add this, you delete that if it doesn't work. You reinforce that if it does work. And with the character, the Machines, we were aggressive too. Not as aggressive as Demolition, but,
Right.
you know. And I think they were both a little leery of Mulligan too.
Yeah, this is a man that had a reputation,
Yeah.
that's for sure.
He'd
That's
give you
for
a
sure.
haymaker once in a while.
Well, I don't know if the name will come up again down the road because, as we mentioned, Captain Lou wound up. So did Big John Studd's career in the year 1986 in the WWF as it came to a close. Kind of surprising because this is a guy that worked on top. I'm sure he was probably making a pretty good chunk of change at the time. Big John Studd left WWF. Another one of the brothers, I remember the day vividly that he passed away, March the 20th, 1995, both for personal reasons, and I was actually in the locker room at a rescheduled Boston Garden house show the night that he passed away. It was right when WWF was promoting WrestleMania 11, which was the one that featured Lawrence Taylor wrestling in the ring. And Vince was actually doing the media circuit with LT. And, you know, usually Tony Gurria or whoever the agent was, they didn't mind the independent guys, whatnot, being in the locker room. But when Vince was there, it was time to, you know, leave the area, so to speak. But again, at the time, in 1995, I was in the 10th grade, and here I am in the locker room of the WWF. There's Undertaker, there's Paul Bearer, there's Shawn Michaels, there's, again, some great memories from my life. And I just remember that was the day that Studd passed. And another very young man that passed away. Your memories of John Studd, where you knew him again outside of WWF
Well,
even?
yeah, I knew him out of Mid-Atlantic, Georgia, mostly Mid-Atlantic. I knew his wife. My wife knew his wife. Matter of fact, John would call periodically, and I'd be overseas, and he would ask how everything was. And,
Really?
yeah. And he commented to her one time, he says, "Tell Bill when he comes back, he's got to get up here. I'm making more money than I've ever made." And
Studd you're talking about?
Yeah.
What did he do outside of wrestling?
No. When he was wrestling.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
And
to try and get you to come up to WWF.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. Okay.
And just a good guy. I mean, a good family guy. I don't think I've ever had a verbal argument with him or disagreement. There again, I mean, it's just sad that so many friends have passed on.
I met him one time and I thought he was an exceptionally nice man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Almost like he shouldn't have been a heel, you know?
Yeah. But he was, he took the business seriously too. He protected it, and we traveled up and down the highway together. And one thing I remember about him, he was in the conversation. It was a holiday season, one of the big holidays or something in us. Might have been Labor Day or Memorial Day, and everybody's out picnicking in their yard. We're driving to the town, and we're both commenting, "Gee, I'd like to be doing that, you know, playing badminton or swimming or cooking out and barbecuing." And John said, "Yeah." And he said, "They'll probably be going to the matches tonight, and they'll see us in the ring," and said, "Boy, I wish I was doing that."
Doing the exact same thing, right?
So you have to enjoy what you're doing, and we did, to go through all the, the loneliness that we had from family members. We got to see the world. They would have loved to see the world. And the only benefit, I think, from it is, I keep telling people, I've mentioned it many times, I may have mentioned it to you, we got to travel the world, see things that thousands and millions of people pay handsomely to see, and we got paid to be there. So we went out too.
For what you lost, think of the things that you gained.
Yeah.
Experiences you would have never, ever had
Yeah.
if it wasn't for, the travel that went along with wrestling.
Yeah.
And that's one of the great things about it. Even in my experiences pale in comparison to anything you've ever done. But I just think about the places and the cities across the United States I would have never seen if if I wasn't involved in professional wrestling. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes it's limited what you see because the schedule is usually so busy, and I'm sure as most folks that are smart fans that would watch this type of a program know, it's usually one-night stands when you're in different cities.
Boy.
You're not there
Yeah.
for a long period of time.
Yeah.
But when you get a chance to take in something for a day or even two that you may never see again, especially overseas travel, I mean, guys are crazy when they don't have the chance to take that in when they can.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're there. You might as well gobble up the atmosphere and
Yeah.
the historic value. We did have some times when overseas, I know we went Italy and Switzerland and Sicily. The promoters brought our wives with us.
Oh, that was nice.
And Hawaii.
Oh, your wife must have loved that.
A couple times my Japanese office brought my wife and daughter over.
Oh, your daughter too?
Yeah.
Really? That's nice.
So there was some benefits, and then they paid for a couple days extra after the matches and stuff. So I think it's how you conduct yourself and how you treat the office, and don't try to step on them.
Yeah.
So.
Well, before we go to the break, any final memories of John Studd? Someone you traveled with, someone that you get to know kind of well on a personal level? I mean, you could probably go on and on if you really thought about it, but maybe a funny story, a favorite story?
Well, it's just, I remember the last time I saw John was in Des Moines, Iowa. And he was wrestling the Giant. And the Giant, John, when he went to the ring, stepped over the ring.
Top rope.
Top rope. Well, that was Andre's gimmick. And I remember Andre had asked him 3 or 4 times, "Boss, please don't do that." He said, "Can you go under the top rope?" And for some reason, John resisted. Why you would resist a request from Andre, I don't know. Anyway, I remember Andre asked him that night before he went out. Barry was there too. And he said, "Please don't do that. Go to under top rope tonight." And John didn't. When Andre hit the ring, all hell broke loose. I mean, all hell broke loose. Andre beat him from pillar to post, and I didn't know that was the last time I was going to see John, but it was. And I think Andre felt bad about it, but he had asked John not to do it, and John defied him.
He was the boss.
He was the boss, and that was his gimmick. It'd be like me, Austin Idol's finish, using Austin Idol's finish for a high spot, or Steve Austin, or anybody.
Right.
You don't do it. You have a little respect. And I feel bad for John, and I don't know what was going through his mind, of course. And there again, I never saw him after that.
Well, yeah, we'll get to 1989 as time goes on, but that was kind of a short return that John had.
Yeah.
Any idea what John did after wrestling at that point? He left in '89, and then he passed, like I said, March 20th, '95. Did you keep in contact with him at all, or you just lost touch?
I don't think that he wanted to be around the business. I remember he called my wife a couple times, and I was overseas still. But as far as coming to the matches, he wouldn't have done that. It's like I wouldn't have done it either.
Yeah.
If they have matches in Atlanta, you feel like
it's odd.
It's odd, and if you're not asked to come down, the
You
guys
feel
look
like
at
a
you.
groveler, yeah.
Yeah, the guys look at you, or at least I feel they look at, oh, he's trying to get a job. And we didn't need jobs.
Yeah.
So.
And the funny thing is, almost the same could be said for Bundy. When he wound up leaving WWF in early '88, he did a couple of commercials and a couple of movie spots, but he basically vanished from the wrestling world until Vince brought him back for a short run from 94 into 95. Just another one, like Study, just kind of fell off the face of the planet. There was no NWA, AWA world class runs. He was he just kind of did his thing.
I think, John, if I recollect correctly, I think his wife was in real estate. Mm-hmm. And I think that he was involved with purchasing and flipping homes.
Oh, good for him.
I know that for a fact, but how long it lasted, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, disappointment again. He must have been, off the top of my head without having the internet in front of me, mid-40s.
Yeah.
Must have been just a surprise. It was before we had, it seemed like a wrestling death every week or every month or something at that point. The stud one kind of came out of the blue.
Well, you know what? I'm still waiting to hear the third. They come in threes. So you got New Jack, you got Kernodle.
Oh, from the time we're taping this right now,
yeah.
Right? Yeah. Well, knock on wood. Hopefully that third one is going to be quite a while from now. But any memories of Bundy, where his name probably won't come up again? Big guy, one of the mainstays of WWF of the mid-'80s.
Yeah.
Main evented a WrestleMania. He was one of my favorites when I was a little guy. Any memories of King Kong Bundy? I remember you guys, funny enough, working an indie show in Maine, maybe 2005, 2006, and it brought back memories of seeing you guys when I was 6 years old at the Garden, seeing you guys doing those tag matches when it was the Machines against Bundy and Stud.
Yeah, Bundy always tried to come across as gruff and rough.
Uh-huh.
But he was a teddy bear, as far as I know, concerned with me. I think he was protective because maybe his early years in the business, he wasn't treated properly.
Really?
But as he grew, I don't have any stories to tell or anything. That just listening to him talk about some promoters and things like that. But like I said, I got him his first overseas trip. We had good matches when we worked together as singles and tags. He did a good interview. And he was a positive guy. I don't have any negative memories of Bundy at all. So.
I thought he had a great wit. I thought he was a very funny guy.
Yeah. He had dry humor.
Yeah, very, very dry, but very funny, I thought.
Yeah.
And just another one, sad, passed away. Isn't it nice he at least made it to his 60s? But still, that's very young for someone to pass away.
And I know we saw him, Barry and I saw him in New York City at a couple of events, signing events, and he was undergoing some health issues at that time. But
I think he lost part of his foot.
I think he did, or he was in the process of going through that process. And he had dropped a considerable amount of weight.
Yeah.
But he was still happy, still joking.
I think he wound up managing an apartment complex, if I remember right. Yeah. And that's where they found him, unfortunately. Now, I tell you this, he was a guy that, we had interacted with. Another one about coming to the studio. I think he would have been a lot of fun to share some of his stories with that personality that he had that I'm sure would have shown. I think it would have been something a little different than what we usually have here on this show. We like to have all the different personalities shine and come out. And again, a mainstay for WWF. A shame that he wasn't put into the Hall of Fame while he was still alive.
Yeah.
Someone certainly that was deserving.
Is he in now?
No. He's got the Demolition deal.
that is a shame on his part because he was a, who knows, right?
Hey, WrestleMania main eventer. I think if you've reached the spot where you've main evented a WrestleMania, you've earned a spot in that Hall of Fame, considering some of the people that are in. When you're the longest reigning WWF Tag Team Champions of all time, you deserve a spot in that Hall of Fame, in my opinion.
Well, neither are members of the Kiss Ass Club. So.
Well, I think it had a lot to do with that concussion suit.
Yeah,
I don't
that
think
too.
you're going to see. I don't think you're going to see too many living people go in that were a part of that.
Right.
I look at the list that's on it since it's come out. I looked at how many of those people have gone in living since that list has come out. I believe it's 0.
Yeah.
Now, I know Animal and Paul Orndorff and people like that are in the Hall of Fame, but that was pre-suit.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what your thoughts on that suit are. I know it got dismissed again not too long ago.
Yeah. Well,
but when you look at what you guys have gone through compared to other sports, I don't see how it, and I'm a WWE stockholder, so it doesn't benefit me to see it happen. But, you know, I think from a humane point of view, that's how you have to look at it. I mean, look at the abuse that you guys went through. My only point of contention is this. I'll put the notes down. That has nothing to do with it. My point of contention is this. You look at someone like Matt Bourne, who was part of that list. This is a guy, he probably had a 30 or so year career, but maybe 2 of them were spent in WWE.
yeah, yeah.
How do you differentiate where the concussion may have come from, when and where? You know what I mean? Unless you can point to a particular match or a particular instance, I think that makes it kind of tough.
Well, the insight that we got is that when Vince gobbled up all the companies, you assume responsibility for those companies.
Even injuries and things
Yeah.
like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I still think at some point they're going to pay. I think that it's common sense. They have to.
Well,
Look at what the
we're-
NFL had to pay out.
yeah, we're not, I mean, I'm speaking for Barry and myself. We're not losing sleep that we're not in the Hall of Fame. It would be nice, but we get reminded by the fans that we should be, and those are the people. I think if it was voted on by the fans, we'd be there.
Long years ago.
So
I think, again, I have a lot of friends in Stamford, Connecticut. I know some of them watch these shows from time to time because comments have been made, but I really don't care. It is an embarrassment to WWE that Demolition is not in the WWE Hall of Fame. It's an embarrassment to the company that Demolition is not actively inducted. If they wait, I don't know if you're familiar with the fact now, but in addition to the regular inductees, they have, I'm going to get the name wrong, I know the fans will probably crucify me in the comments, but I believe it's almost called the Hall of Fame Legacy Award, where they induct 5, 6, 7 folks that maybe never worked for them or are dead.
Right.
And I think that's probably what will happen.
Well,
and I think that's a disgrace because you deserve the honor now. You're living now. I know another man that sat in that very seat, Vader, Leon White, he really, really, really wanted to go in while he was alive. I don't think he was even part of that concussion lawsuit. But instead of putting him in, they had him induct Stan Hansen instead. And they knew Vader, there was a clock ticking with the health problems that he had.
Yeah.
And I don't know of Stan Hansen to have any health
well,
problems.
You can't fall victim to certain individuals. The powers that be sometimes think that they know what they're doing. And I've witnessed it a number of times, not only with us, with other talent. They don't know what they're doing.
Right.
So, and like I said, it would be nice if we're in, but neither of us are going to lose sleep if we're not in.
Right.
And if it's after I'm dead, I'm not going to know about it anyway. And my wife probably wouldn't let him put me in.
Well, you want to know what's funny? When they did it with Brody, they didn't even tell his wife. She found out about it on TV.
Well,
can you believe that?
Yeah, that's horrible.
It's crazy.
That's the amount of respect that.
And I don't even think those legacy quote unquote people. I don't even think they get the $5,000.
Well, it's not that we need the money.
Right. No, but that's not the point. To me,
yeah.
it's the fact that you guys are a great part of the legacy of a great company. No matter what you may think of the behind-the-scenes things that go on in that company, at the end of the day, you guys were part of one of the great eras of that company. Top featured attractions is during that era. And you deserve that respect to be part of that class of individuals that are in that Hall of Fame, especially when you look at some of the people that are in there, that if it was a more legit Hall of Fame that was voted on by peers and actual wrestlers and so on, as opposed to a boardroom meeting one day, it would be a far different looking Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And that's what
And I'm
irks
not
me.
sure it's a boardroom meeting.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
they might be having a few cocktails on the company plane coming back from a TV taping. I don't know how they go about doing it. But, I think it was insulting that I know Pat Patterson tried very, very hard, I was told by a friend in WWE, to try and get Ray Stevens in. And they wouldn't even, and look at what happened to Ray Stevens.
Sure.
So,
well,
for all the
I
good that they-
appreciate the comments. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't.
Well, I'll say this, and I don't care what WWE does. In October, it'll be 28 years I've been involved in this crazy world. One of the great things I ever did was my manhunt for Barry Darsow that took me 3 years to finally reach the man hiding in Minnesota that wanted nothing to do with wrestling and get you guys back together again for that reunion the morning of WrestleMania 23 in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. And thanks to that day, look at how many thousands and thousands of fans that have got a chance to meet you guys together as a unit, tell you guys what they think of you, share those memories with you, whether WWE wants to honor you, whether WWE wants to continue to piss on your great legacy, you guys still have that.
Well, thank you.
They can do what they want to do, but you know what? That will not diminish what the fans that loved you think.
Right, and we hear that, like we were in Baltimore, just for an example, last week. And there were hundreds, 800 fans in that room.
Well, let's hope November 13th we see that.
Yeah, and hundreds of those 800 came up and talked to us and thanked us for memories and things. And that means a lot. That's to know that you made just a little bit of influence on their life, whether they were hating us or loving us or in between. So
you created happiness.
Yeah, we know that if it were for the fans, we'd have all the accolades and stuff. So that makes you feel good.
You're in their Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
You're in their Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the way to look at
Right.
it. And I was very proud that the Cauliflower Alley Club chose to honor you. The only problem was you were so busy with school, you didn't even get a chance to go.
Testing time.
I was with Barry. I didn't sit with him, but I know I had a great talk with Barry and his son Dakota out there. But that was the only thing missing was you. You had to do your speech. I don't know if you did
I
it
was going to
over-
go, but my principal said that you realize this 2-week period is our end of course tests. And they only have X number of teachers. And the teachers have to monitor. They can have other people sitting in the room, but I mean, and she said, I'm not going to say you can't go, but I'd rather you not go. And she was good to me, so I just had to make a decision.
Have they invited you back to come out?
No, but that's on my bucket list.
Well, just to be fair, because if you watch the YouTube version of our show, we have almost like CNN or ESPN, we have the rotating graphics. CauliflowerAlleyClub.org if you want to join a great non-profit organization. It's only $25 a year. The dues go towards helping old-time wrestlers with medical bills and life expenses. Sadly, it pays for funerals sometimes. But we have a great reunion once a year out in. The fans can't see it, but that beautiful city that I love behind us over there. I don't know if you're a Vegas guy or not, Bill, but I love Las Vegas. And
we're going to be out there in either September or October.
It's September. And hopefully, maybe that's the one good thing that comes out of coronavirus. I hated the fact that the reunion was just a couple of weeks after WrestleMania because, a lot of the boys with his fan fests and whatnot, they just saw each other a couple of weeks before. So they lost almost the incentive to go. If you separate WrestleMania and the reunion by 6 months, I think a lot more of the guys would go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So hopefully September, it's going to be the week before my birthday this year. And wouldn't it be cool? Last year was going to be the same thing when still coronavirus was kind of the unknown. There was going to be a Raiders home game the night of my birthday. So my goal was I wanted to go to the reunion and I wanted to see the Raiders news stadium where it looks like SummerSlam is going to be this year now, as a matter of fact. Yeah, at the LA Raiders. I'll probably call them the LA Raiders forever. The Las Vegas Raiders new stadium in Las Vegas is going to host SummerSlam in August. But hopefully when I'm out there in September for the CAC, I can get a chance to see a football game.
Yeah.
When I was at WrestleMania, I saw my first non-American League Red Sox game. I saw the Rays and the Rangers just to try and do something that wasn't wrestling related. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get a little culture in there. But that stadium's a dump. I don't know. I know you're so used to where the Braves are right now in Atlanta. Do you ever go to the games?
I went to one. I went to...
At the new stadium?
At the new stadium. I went to a couple at the old stadium.
What do you think of the new one?
It's impressive.
Is it?
Yeah, it's impressive. It's got more life to it than the old stadium because it's got restaurants and bars and shops and things like that. So
don't let Marty know about the bars.
It's a destination rather than a ball game. You know, you go there for other things. If there's a game, you can catch the game. But a lot of people just go for the entertainment.
So it should be on my list then.
Oh,
I'm a
yeah,
huge baseball.
definitely.
Have you ever been to Fenway?
No, I haven't.
Now, I know one time you were here, you discussed that there's a lot of old Boston. I know you're a historical guy, history guy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of places in Boston you'd like to see.
Oh,
so, you know what? Maybe when life is a little more normal and you've put on those 29 pounds again after Sue cooks you a few good meals.
I hope.
Never mind those supplements. You might lose more weight.
Yeah.
The cardio won't be a problem for you with those supplements she was giving you, from what you said.
Yeah.
But maybe we can take a day and go and see some of those sites.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
I know.
Because hopefully we're going to have you back on, like I said, at least a rotating basis on these shows. I think the fans are going to love the content. I know I'm loving the content. Anyone that was a Demolition fan is going to love the content because, teaser for the next episode, what a great segue, Bill. Next time we join the fans, what are we going to do? We're going to pop into the year 1987. What happened in 1987 that you can think of?
My mind's blank.
Demolition. Demolition came to be. So great way to wrap up the show. We talked 1986, the machines from Japan, what Andre was doing, why he kind of vanished as he was getting ready to do The Princess Bride, but would pop in occasionally as the giant machine.
Yep.
Blackjack Mulligan became the big machine. You were always super, the super machine. We learned a little bit more about Stud and Bundy, what was going on in the landscape in '86 with all these different machines that would come in different towns where they were popular, which I thought was a great idea. I mean, Hogan, MSG was his town. You had the Hulk machine.
Yeah.
JYD, New Orleans was his town. You had the dog machine, or whatever they may have called him.
Junkyard dog machine.
Crusher was huge in Milwaukee. You had the Crusher machine.
Yeah.
So it must have been a lot of fun on the road to have all those rotating partners.
It was. It was. It threw a little bit of humor into the matches, and a little levity into the matches too.
I got to ask this because the fans always want to know: good money?
Yeah.
Good money.
Oh yeah.
Demolition money, or maybe no?
Not Demolition.
Not Demolition. All right. We'll take that. All right, wrestling fans, we're going to continue to have a lot of fun. We hope you had fun with us. If you are watching the premiere of this episode live, share your thoughts in the chat box to my left, which would be the right on the TV screen. If you're not watching during the premiere, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. Don't forget to tip the bartender. The super chat button is open for business. As always, we ask you to help the cause. Give us a thumbs up if you enjoyed the video. That costs absolutely nothing. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Again, that costs nothing. If you click the little bell, it'll give you a notification every time we have a new episode, and it lets YouTube know that you're loving this great content, so they'll show it off to more and more fans that have no idea we exist. I wish the fans out there knew we existed. The millions of fans of the 80s that loved what we're talking about, that said, you know what, this is what I think of 2021 pro wrestling, or sports entertainment, however you want to label it. They'd love these talk shows.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And they can tag their friends and let them know.
And in this day of social media, you can share the link on Facebook, on Twitter, on Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, email a wrestling website, all those dirt sheets out there. They'd love to hear the dirt about the good old days like we're talking about. And again, fans, there's financial ways you can help too. We have a great eBay store that is open 24/7, no matter what's going on with coronavirus. The link is in the description box below. And maybe most important, if you don't just want to be a friend, if you don't just want to be a fan, if you want to be part of the Boston Wrestling MWF family, head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You get early ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider in-studio shoot interviews. You get our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that has been seen by millions online and millions more on the Howard Stern Show, thanks to the insanity that was the Iron Sheik. You get some Patreon.
That is the Iron Sheik.
That is the Iron Sheik. You get some Patreon exclusives, but to Bill, the thing that means a lot to me is you help keep wrestling legends working. Again, that's patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. In a day and age where, life seems to be coming back to normal a little bit as we're taping this, but this studio, I continue to believe, can be a great place for guys to earn income, not being around a ring, not taking a bump, just by sitting down, relaxing, maybe having an adult beverage, and sharing stories about their career. I think that's a great thing. To me, it means a lot because every time we lose one of the Brotherhood, it hurts.
Yeah, I agree.
Just that New Jack story alone, where that man, 6 days after he sat in that seat, passed away like that, when he was so full of life, when we talked about doing almost an ECW theme series for the fans of hardcore wrestling. Not everybody loves hardcore wrestling. I understand that, but there's a genre of fans that love that hardcore style. There's something for everybody out there. And you know what? We produced 6 great episodes that we're going to release in time. Respectfully, John Cena Sr. and I have kind of come up with a way that we think the fans will enjoy it, and I think it would be a touching tribute to his wife, the way we want to open it. That we're going to get into that more this summer, but we talked a lot about 1986 for the short time you were there. For my partner in crime, Bill Eadie, I'm Dan Marotti. We will see you next time on Wrestling Insiders. Until we speak again, you and yours, please be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Well, I tell you, JTG is helping Dan Marotti get the pimp game on, baby. He sent me some of that beard butter and the strawberry lemonade base spray. The only thing I really need now is the T-Moss that he talks about to try and get the libido going. But Kofi Kingston certainly does a great job in helping get the word out about how to get just some of the walking QVCs merchandise selection, as I like to call them. I look forward to having Jay back in the studio soon. If you want more of JTG and some of these other great superstars, folks, let me tell you, that Super Chat button, it's still working. You're also taking donations using Venmo at Boston Wrestling and at PayPal at don'ttellgramps@yahoo.com. I've got to get the link up, but you know it, as usual, I'm always about 8 weeks behind. Another way to bring you more live episodes, more cyber signings, more ways to support your favorite talk shows, folks, is by joining the Boston Wrestling family on what in the fall is going to be a very revamped Boston Wrestling Patreon family over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, where you get early ad-free access to our weeknight Wrestling Insider shoot interviews, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, Patreon exclusive videos, plus the knowledge that you're helping keep wrestling legends working. We have more content coming your way next week. You can find the link at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, if you can't remember it, in the description box below. Again, we can't keep these productions going without your help. As we prepare for our next episode or here on Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, if you missed the news, our Thursday night partner in crime, Marty Jannetty, returns to the studio live this week, Wednesday, September 1st through Friday, September the 3rd, for 3 big days of tapings. I think it goes without saying that this promises to be very interesting, but we have respectful ground rules in place. I'm going to be optimistic in that we're going to have 3 great days, as I truly enjoy having Sir Jannetty with us. Up next, put the women and children to bed. It's time for Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty as Mr. Jannetty continues his no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look back at the 80s and 90s. This week, Marty continues to look back at WWF 1990, the year that was, the Hulk Hogan Earthquake feud, Demolition Axe becoming ill, leading to Crush taking his spot, the Red Rooster out, the debuts of Dustin Rhodes and the Legion of Doom, and much more in this great episode.
Wrestling fans, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Inside. It's Dan Marty, Marty Jannetty here as we continue to soak up the sun in this great summer we're having after, at least for us in Boston, a long cold winter.
Remember, this is August.
It is. Feel the heat, just like SummerSlam. Vince is headed to Las Vegas.
It is different here. It's not like Georgia. Y'all don't get snow here in August.
No.
Or do you?
No.
No.
Once in a blue moon in May.
They call it the last snow because remember John Nord, our boy, Minneapolis people call it the last snow. And it happens like, late, like May.
And sometimes we even had a big snowstorm on Halloween about 10 years ago.
You cut your hair.
No.
Oh, you have?
Our good friends at Noel Salon did, now on Green Street in Melrose, noelsalon.com, but no, I have not cut my hair.
It looks good. They're
Well,
nice
thank
and
you.
tight.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We got to do that tonight, don't we?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I don't.
Showing.
All right, as we continue to roll through the year was the World Wrestling Federation in 1990, the July Saturday night's main event. It was a big one. It was the Rockers going for the World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Championship with Demolition. Omaha, Nebraska, I believe. See, I may need the cheat sheets because right now, since we have no help, I don't have anyone to put the camera on you. But see, I can't read it. My vision is so bad.
We own our own today.
We are on, at least for now. At least for now. They retain the titles. With the we're going to argue about that again. That was yesterday. Well, previous
still
episodes.
The same, one title.
Not only did the Hart Foundation get involved, but what's that now?
Did you want to?
Oh no, I have mine, but I try not to put them on the camera. I'm very self-conscious about just about everything.
Me too.
You never.
You look fresh, man. What'd you do?
It must be the Hawaiian shirt. I don't know.
That's Hawaiian.
I just need to go to Hawaii. Yeah.
Would you go? Would that be in Hawaiian?
So anyway, you lost the Demolition, and then not only did you have to be saved by one team, but you were saved by two tag teams. Both the Hart Foundation and the Legion of Doom came to your rescue. Do you think that was a little much for two guys to have to be saved by four?
According to what the hell story they were trying to make out of that. But, I mean, you can't be more protected than that crew. It was like, yeah. And, too, after you do, you did matches yourself. You
Work matches?
Yeah.
No.
Never?
Never, no.
Well, you need to do one. That way you know what they're going through.
Well, I have a great respect for what they're going through, but I think my body has been through enough. I don't need the grind to take in bumps.
Don't do a hard one. But so we were saying, you need to do it once.
You think I should go do it once?
Curious?
What's that now?
You're not even curious?
When I was younger, I wanted to.
Not now.
But then, you know what it was? I think Tony Rumble put me to work doing behind-the-scene things. When I got involved with Ed Cohen in WWF,
okay, I got you.
I was doing behind-the-scene things. When we started my own, when we started Boston Wrestling MWF, what was I going to do? Go start
20 years
train to wrestle and make myself the champion like every other person that does it?
Happy. A lot of times people
when this goes well, I'm happy doing this.
When it goes well.
When it goes well.
You know what happened today?
Oh, boy.
I'm not gonna
You know what? Oh, you son of a gun.
We besties. How you say it?
Besties?
Yeah.
Dusties?
I mean,
what was it?
I keep best friends, but I got a new best friend.
Well, I'm going to have to cheat, folks, because, again, we have no technical help. We had taping this on.
He's going to try to come.
Oh, is he going to try and come?
He said he's going.
He's going to try and come. All right. Well,
if I found my phone, what'd you do?
Well, I'll text him on the commercial break, and we'll see. Dude, where's my phone? But I mean, did you think it hurt the team at all to have to be saved by so many people?
Oh, you talking about which one, Hearts or?
Both the Hart Foundation and the Legion of Doom had to come to your rescue.
Man, they didn't come or it hurt us. Yeah, I mean, we couldn't get a finish. It was always run in or disqualification. And you know what? Even the boys, I guess it's okay to tell the truth.
Sure.
The boys even hated doing it for us. Like, we run in to help them. We look like assholes, right? They're like Amble said that one time. We run in to save the Rockers. We look like assholes.
Why would that make you look like an
Because
asshole?
if you're double teaming, you're getting on. It's the Rockers versus whoever would be.
It was you guys in Demolition.
Yeah.
And then after the match, the Hots and then the Legion of Doom came out to save you.
Oh,
from
but
them.
I shouldn't have been. I was just trying to give it, for the heel baby faces to come out, made it 2-on-1, 2 teams against 1, made them heel-ish.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. Well, in that under those circumstances, yeah, it did kind of make sense. It was also
that man. Beautiful hat though.
Beautiful hat.
Is that the Atlanta one?
The Woo Sox, the Boston Red Sox new farm team in Worcester, Massachusetts. I can't wait to see that park, being the baseball guy that I am. But it was also the return of the Hulkster after a few months. Were the boys happy to have Hogan back as he was getting ready to set up his big match with Earthquake at SummerSlam?
Probably.
Probably.
Well, you know why? The house attendance. And remember back then you got paid
Right
off.
on that, right.
Yeah. So, yeah. You know what, man, Hulk was, I think I've told it on this show before, Hulk was, I love him to, I mean, yes, he has all that money, but he still, there's a lot of guys got all that money, do not invite you to come there if you live in Orlando. Come down, bring your girl, bring your friends, make sure it's close friends, because they're going to see something then they shouldn't repeat. And it's a party. And that meant coming down Clearwater.
Hogan invited you over to the mansion?
More than once.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I got pictures. I'll send them to you so you can
insert them.
If you stop getting mad at me.
I really wasn't. Well, maybe a little.
Yeah.
Maybe a little.
But yeah.
Mad at the situation, not the person. How about that?
I'm good with that. All right. But yeah, Hogan, man, he used to invite all the Florida guys to his house, and though he would rent, I guess you call it rent, about 3 levels.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Now, did he own it, or you said he rented it?
He paid for it. It was like it's white, solid white, with the windows on each deck black. Sorry about my voice. Dan kicked me out of the house yesterday. But oh man, it was beautiful, and you rent it. It goes by hours. You buy 3 hours, and we Tampa Bay. What we did is circle around. So every time you looked out, it's like, man, we widen the ocean. You ain't nowhere. Tampa's right there. But he did that. A lot of the guys didn't, and a lot of other guys that didn't like Hulk. He invited everybody, mostly in Florida because it's right there. You invite the guys from Minneapolis. How we gonna get there?
That would be a long flight just to get on for a 3-hour boat ride. Yeah.
But he was good to people. We talked about that on episode 223.
223, is that what it was?
No, not sure.
And we got another fly here in the studio to annoy us. I can't get over it. They keep leaving the door open and the flies come in.
Right there. You didn't lock the door last night.
Like.
Fly swatter, I just picked it up at the flea market today. Swear to God, it's huge. I'm gonna get it.
All right.
Yeah, because
we need backup. Thank you.
We'll get one one time.
Also on that show, Rick Rude lost to the Ultimate Warrior via disqualification. That set up their SummerSlam steel cage match. Mr. Perfect with the victory over Tito Santana, who he defeated in that very boring Intercontinental title tournament we talked about. But it was also an interesting day.
It wasn't boring.
It was very boring
Was it?
and uneventful. The debut of the Texas Tornado Kerry Von Erich over Playboy Buddy Rose. Your memories early on of Kerry Von Erich. Did you know him before WWF?
Kerry. Yeah, Kerry's one of the most fun people, and she's like being you. You're a cut up. People y'all don't know about Dan. He likes to cut up in a good way. He's not gonna cost you money. Meaning like he ain't gonna burn your wallet, but he might lock it to the roof. Fun. And a prank don't cost the person
ribs.
They got or ribs, yeah. Don't cost the person you ribbed money. This guy right here, sweet and innocent. Nah, he does things. But
I've always been a prankster. There's no denying that.
oh, how can you not love doing that? And y'all got Long Island. Well, I'm thinking about New York people. Down in New York, we had a look at that. Look at
Wow, that really is big.
yeah. That's a bird's
I
water.
think Marty needs that. Yeah.
Yeah, down here.
Don't knock over the Fab-All Pop.
Oh yeah. Where is he? Is he coming?
No, he's busy with the Fab-O children.
Oh, that's
At least a few of them. All right, so now you have a weapon, Marty.
Right, and that's how big some of the birds. They're called mosquitoes. State bird. It's a state bird here.
So did you know Kerry Von Erich before WWF?
Very well.
Before WWF?
Yeah.
How did you know him?
Well, remember I told you we watched our matches with him and Ric Flair in St. Louis.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't know him really well then. St. Louis
not
really wasn't even
well.
a territory.
No, got to know him really well because he partied.
I think that's an understatement. Kerry was one of the elite, was he not?
He came into St. Louis, Kill Auditorium, no, big time wrestling fans know that, the Kill, because you know that's epic. He would show up, if it started, he was the main event with Ric Flair, right? If it started at 8 o'clock or 7, whatever, an hour late, and we're supposed to be there an hour early, but he would still show up an hour late. One time he showed up with just panties.
In just panties?
Well, he was a good looking dude with great body. He was one of them guys. Well, Sean tried to copy him by when you take your top off, the girls go, ah. But that's if you look like Kerry, right? But Kerry, he got a big pop, and he knew how to work it.
But what do you mean he showed up in panties?
Well, he was a little bit late. The Kill Auditorium in St. Louis. Pat O'Connor was the booker, and he showed up. He forgot to put his overtights.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Well,
I wouldn't call them panties, but
well, what do they look like?
well,
Yeah.
under tights would probably have been the phrase I would have used, but.
And that same, it might not have been the same night, but let me tell this and we get a story. Remember Colonel De Beers?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, that was big time for us because we learned from him. So much experience. He was with the Fly, not that Fly, where is it? But
He'll be around. Yeah, he had a big feud in AWA with Jimmy, yeah.
Yeah, that saved us and still pinned us down. But if it wouldn't have been for that, shit. It'd have been on me and Nick Bockwinkel. But so, what?
Nothing. No, keep going.
You don't like Nick Bockwinkel?
No, I do like Nick Bockwinkel.
What happened
well, I
to
did
him?
like Nick Bockwinkel.
What happened to him?
Well, he passed away. Oh, you're talking about
my
the.
God, bro.
Well,
and you threw the worst replacement.
The fire alarm story, yeah, when he had to crawl down the hallway.
But man, this is a big. Come on, he flies. But we was, what we was talking
Kerry
about?
Von Erich.
Oh yeah, in St. Louis. He had a worse problem than me with his ankle. From here down, your foot. I don't know if y'all know this. Your foot ain't one piece. It connects right here, the back half to the front half. That'd be half, right?
I guess, yeah.
And Kerry, a motorcycle wreck. This is all we knew, motorcycle wreck. And Colonel De Beers, he was in a match with Colonel De Beers. And we watching, we young, we trying to learn. And Colonel De Beers did the post thing, when you pull the legs on each side, you gonna nut them up. He nutted him, but he didn't like it. It wasn't good enough. He took that one leg, like his side post, tear that knee out. And the boot come off, and half his foot was in the boot. In front of Keel held at that time, about 17,000. So 17,000 people see Colonel Beer looking at it, and he panicked. And he's a veteran. We're learning from him, right? And he looks at it, he goes, he threw it down.
Well, he had lost part of his foot in a motorcycle accident, right? Yeah. So it was a fake foot that was in the boot.
A half of it,
Yeah, right.
Wooden.
Oh, it was wooden, really? That must have been
I
uncomfortable.
I asked him about termites, and he didn't know what a termite was.
But
So
I mean, how would you have an athletic wrestling match with your foot rubbing up against wood?
That's how good he is. Because he was a great athlete, man. Kerry, I think one of the best. But like you said, though, But he wouldn't tell none of us. He had to that night. We knew he had ankle problems, but he wouldn't tell us, you know.
He'd kind of put on his boots in privacy? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
And wouldn't tell us, but when that happened, he had
Colonel De Beers must have been
he was traumatized.
shocked.
What do you
How
do?
would you not
Look,
be?
Look, you're going to hit on the poster. There's a foot. What do you do? And you could see it too. He like threw it down. You could see it.
How did the match end at that point?
I don't remember because we were in the back laughing. That's not a funny thing. It was just laughing about how crazy the wrestling world is.
Did he get the boot back to put on to go back to the
think
locker
so, 'cause
room?
They had to work the next night.
Jeez, it's
In Calhoun, not Looms, Calhoun, Iowa.
yeah.
When you just wrestle in front of 17,000 people, and then you go in front of 500 maybe.
But it was in St. Louis that the shoe got the boot got ripped off
Yes,
at the
I
keel.
remember that. Yeah, ain't no way to mess that one up.
And what was Kerry like now? You know, he went from being kind of
Kerry-
pampered when he worked for his dad in World Class. Now he was going to work for Vince McMahon in WWF. Certainly different circumstances. What was Kerry like in the WWF?
I loved him.
Yeah.
I loved him. I met him one time in Japan when I was at AWA. Me and Sean both met him over there. I guess he was well taken care of, you know. Like you said, the family, you know,
Right.
they grew up in it. So there's a little bit of money. There's not a lot. So if you're going to try to kidnap one of my girls, it ain't going to work. Keep her. In fact, I'll give you a name. But I like Kerry a lot. I'm scared to tell this story, but I'll tell it anyway.
All right.
We were this thing. Come on, big ass birds. We in Tokyo went out to eat some sushi. Imagine that in Tokyo.
Yeah,
man.
surprise, surprise. Yeah.
And red light. This is like 9 or 10 o'clock at night. Tokyo's got 48 billion thousand people. Was it me and you talking about they grow up? They can't go this way. They're out of land. They grow upwards. And we're there, 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night, or later hours, and Kerry. I often wondered, did Kerry know what he was doing, or was he really that spacey? Is that a good word?
Yes, that is a good word.
Why are you looking at me like when you say it? You say I was looking at me when you said it. But damn it, Dan, you got me on the. You saw it. Kerry, we were. We'll stand up.
No, I don't think you should stand
Yeah,
up.
stay right here.
Yeah.
At a red light or a light, you're Tokyo, crowded as hell. I don't know about 7 or 8, whatever it was. And Kerry, me and Kerry were good friends. I'm next to him, and then we had Sean, Jeff Jarrett, Coco. We had, a bunch of us going somewhere. And he nudges me and goes, "Watch this," because he was over in Japan. Oh man, Kerry, the whole Von Erich family owned Japan. But he goes, "Watch this." And I'm like, and he starts reaching down here. I'm like, I ain't gonna watch that. I mean, this is at a corner, like intersection, right? And he tells me to watch, and he's reaching down there. I'm like, "Come on, Kerry." I'm like, "I don't want to watch." And he pulled this thingling halfway out, maybe all. Oh, you know what? What's the United States? The eagle, bald eagle.
Yeah.
Man, send one. So anyway, he. I'm standing right next to him at a red light. People, probably a row of people in front of us. He leans back. Psst, and he shot PP. You know, it's my boy, first of all. He shouldn't be talking about somebody that's not here no more. But I love Kerry. We were close.
Whoa. Kerry Von Erich started to urinate on the people of Japan?
He shot it. You didn't have to say it like that.
Well, I wasn't
I think
100% sure that.
I think they were just in the way. He was trying to get the you know how doggies get the fire hydrant?
Well, it's almost like the Bellagio fountains over there on the Vegas poster.
You never moved there. I told you.
He actually did the
Hey,
people
Brian.
know they were being urinated on?
No, they were looking up. They were like, "Whoa!" You know how they do. Whoa.
What did they think it was? Rain?
Yes, they were looking upwards, and I'm over there trying not to bust out because I know it wasn't rain.
How long did it go on for?
Just 2 squirts.
Well, it's a hell of a Kerry Von Erich story. What was he like back in? Oh, that was in WWF when he
Yes.
he gave the golden shower in the land of the rising sun.
Warrior brought him in. Remember for
Oh, Warrior helped.
Well, that was his like best friend.
Oh yeah.
You knew that? Yeah. Y'all know that? Yeah, Warrior and Eric Von Erich.
Warrior didn't like many, but he liked Kerry apparently. Do you?
Who's Benny?
Kerry.
Liked.
No, Warrior didn't like many people, but he liked Kerry.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I said that. Me, Sean. Well, he didn't like Sean at all. I'll take that back. Me, Jimmy Powers, and was it Paul Roma? I don't think he liked Paul Roma. Here's what Warrior would do. Remember I told you about the closet of a room?
Yeah.
And you have a chair in his bag, and there's no more room. See, I mean, he would take the, how you say it respectfully, maintenance closet. And, there's this much room. So basically you say hello and leave, or you just stand there like a silo. And he was, I sat with him because I liked him, I think he liked me. But it was like this. That door was open because it was going to be hot. There's going to be a lot of heat, just from, and people walk by, hey, Warrior, how you doing? And I've seen it because I sat in there with him. He goes, hey, how you doing, Bill Eadie, how you doing? And as soon as they walk on past, fuck you, that kind of thing. To everybody that walked by, hey, Warrior, hey, how you doing? As soon as they got out the door path, fuck you, motherfucker. And since I knew that, I witnessed it. One time I walked by, and hey, Warrior, how you doing? Hey, Marty. And I walked by, and I stopped and backed up right where you, fuck. I was just playing. No, I caught her doing the same shit to me. I forgot what brought that story up.
When he was dressed, would he go out and ever mingle in the locker room, or he'd just stay in his little closet? No.
Yeah.
I didn't mean that one.
Couldn't help. What could you say? He stayed to himself.
Really?
That's why when he came
He
out
preferred to stay in a little tiny maintenance closet
then talk to the
rather
boys.
than go, hang in a bigger locker room with the boys?
Yeah.
Really? Huh.
That's miserable, bro. That's got to be miserable.
But would he hang out with Kerry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he loved Kerry. And I don't want to speculate why. Because I don't know Kerry to be that way. Even if he is, it don't bother me. But
was there speculation?
I don't even know if it was.
Oh, okay.
Well, for me, it's like, my speculation was, how come Kerry's the only one you let in the room? And you shut the door.
The door
you
would shut.
It with nobody else.
The door would shut.
Yeah. I loved Kerry, though. I loved Warrior. Not like that, but I loved Warrior.
Now,
Kerry was the biggest sweetheart in the world.
Would Kerry travel with Warrior at all? Or?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Did you ever travel with Kerry on the road?
Yeah, but not Warrior.
No. Well, do you have any interesting, other than the Bellagio fountain incident in Japan?
How'd you know about that?
You just told us
Japan.
2.5 minutes ago. Yeah.
You don't.
Any interesting road memories of Kerry Von Erich traveling around with him?
I know his brother David. No, David died.
He died in Japan.
Yeah. Kevin, maybe.
He's alive. He's in Hawaii.
That's the only one alive.
Yeah.
One of his brothers died over there, and in St. Louis again, because they were huge stars in St. Louis. Sorry about my voice, y'all. And they were good. I thought they were good workers for a slow pace. For the 70s, yes. No, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that as an insult. I love the Von Erichs. Oh, by the way, to my Israel people, hey, call me later, Hadar. Hadar likes you, by the way.
Thank you, Hadar. I like you too.
She's a badass. She's a bodyguard.
Really?
From when I
well, I need one.
And, yeah, she. Okay.
Every time payday comes, I need a bodyguard to keep Linda away. But anyway.
So, where would we go? Something about bodyguarding before that.
We're talking about Kerry.
Oh, Kerry, man. He, my Warrior loved him. They were, him getting hired, because WWE wasn't going to hire him. I wanted Von Erichs to get mad at me. But I'm sure they know this. But just saying, they didn't want, and here was the reason. If I can go ahead and say this.
All right, let's hear it.
Do I?
I said, go ahead.
If Von Erichs made you nervous, you know, I mean, as a promoter, which I would never was, but I can only imagine. Okay, if we hire one, we gotta hire a bunch of them. Number one. Number two, what if they die on our watch?
Well, honestly, I mean, look, 5 out of the 6 are dead. Kevin's the only one left.
And that gave us a bit of a nervousness. No, I can't. Yeah, I can. I love you, Kevin. I love you, boys. You got 2 boys in the business, you know, yeah. But everybody, you know, the talk was, Kev, they thought you didn't care because all your brothers died and we thought you'd fall apart. But you kept your head high, shoulders back. Badass boy, that shit don't affect me. I saw that. Not that the shit don't affect you, but you stayed strong for your brothers. The other boys saw it as he don't have a heart. He don't give a shit. It happened in Japan.
David, the first.
Oh, that's where he died, yeah.
Yeah.
No, the third, the younger, the 19-year-old, he was 19 at the time, I think.
Didn't he committed suicide, didn't he? The youngest one?
Chris.
Yeah, yeah. He wasn't in Japan. He
No,
really didn't even belong in
Japan.
wrestling.
No.
You guys were in Japan. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And Kerry was with us, and it was the same tour actually. Poor Kerry was spurting pee-pee, you know, he was getting over the top because there were some of the boys in front of us, like Sonny and Skip. It was going over them and hitting the people.
No, they wouldn't have been there.
Yeah, they already done that. But so when they would look around, you got a couple, you know, family, you know, holding each other. Look.
There was no rain in the forecast that day. Yeah.
You can see the stars. But what was the question?
We're talking about you with Kerry in Japan, and he found out about the Chris.
There, you want to go ahead and tell it?
Sure.
Or wait till 90, when did it happen, 93-ish?
When Kerry died or when the brother died?
No, when Kerry did.
Kerry was February of 93, yeah.
Damn, we can't go wrong.
What was that now?
David was February 10th, 84, my birthday.
84.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because that was when I first started. And it was, that was your birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, you know, that could really, and we can get into it more once we get closer to the time frame, but Kerry could have turned into a disaster because he was with WWF less than a year before that happened.
Yeah.
That would have been one of the first major deaths on their watch for an active talent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
From a company point of view, it was good they got rid of him when they did, because it would have looked awfully ugly to have him shoot himself. While he was active on their roster.
Here's
you know
what
I
I
mean?
heard. See if you heard the same thing.
See what we got.
Out to the edge of the farm. He had a farm out in Texas. Shotgun, which means sort of like that love lady that had what's his name killed from Nirvana. Was it Kurt Cobain got killed? You look like. Did you ever work for MTV? Never. Okay. Or anyway, Carrot, you look like good looking. I ain't into guys, but good looking dude, man. Turned the shotgun. Was it?
Yeah.
Wasn't it a shotgun?
Yeah.
When I think about this, which I don't know, conspiracy theory or whatever, but Courtney Love said, and why would she know? Took the gun, a rifle or shotgun, whatever, and Pam blew herself out. Did I say Pam?
But why is there a conspiracy theory around Kerry Von Erich's death?
Oh, no, that was for Kurt Cobain.
A
lot of people thought, well, but same thing, I guess what I heard, what we all heard, and I don't want to cry on camera, but I might. But it was said to be when Dad's at the farm, and he has a daughter that either birthday or something coming up big, you know. So you would think as a daddy, not right now, right?
Yeah.
But
well, I think he was going to do time. Isn't that why he did it? Yeah.
Because they found it's not even a big deal. They found 3 bricks of cocaine about this size, each brick, and they thought they didn't realize it's a bigger difference for personal use than selling.
Sure.
Right. And he tried to tell them I have.
They didn't realize how much he was using. Yeah.
But the 3 bricks. They called them birds at the time. 3 birds. Now he wasn't doing all that, but he wasn't a dealer. He wasn't selling. The boys. Remember we talked about that episode?
You don't have to try and sell me on that. I could easily see those 3 bricks being for him. But the police, not understanding the wrestling industry, looking at it as distribution.
They got an attitude.
Well, usually when you find someone with that much cocaine, I could see the police having an attitude, but I don't know.
Got carried. Here was the thing too. In Japan, we were squirting over top, and then people stopped, sitting there, and they're, whoa! I'm not making fun. But that's the sound. Whoa, and they're looking straight up. There's stars up there. You really think that came from the star?
And did anyone realize it was him that did it? No.
Not even once. He did it 2 red lights in a row.
So wait a minute. These people got urinated on twice?
No, they might have turned up. He did it at 2 red lights, 2 intersections.
At
the
corners. Same, on the same
Not
street, or
same street? Yeah, the next block or 2.
So it might have been the same people in front of you.
No, because we were nervous about them. They took a right.
Oh, they.
But what was crazy too was Japanese people are smaller.
Yeah.
And I don't know why I would even bring that up.
Well, maybe it was easier for Kerry to target them.
Oh man, he arsed. I mean, we all when we got to go.
Yeah.
We can, and that it'll arse. So you girls don't know this. Us guys we can shoot that up in the air.
Well, I've never tried to go in the air.
What do you do?
I try to aim it towards the toilet.
For what reason?
All right, wrestling fans. Some interesting debuts, some comings, some goings. We'll continue our look at the summer of 1990 and the World Wrestling Federation. Barry Bonds and I will be back after this brief timeout.
Tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. The World Wrestling Federation was live in Canton, Ohio, Friday, September the 2nd, 1988. In the opening contest, Scott Casey beat Sandy Beach. Jim Powers victorious over Iron Mike Sharp. In the main event, Brutus the Barber Beefcake defeated Outlaw Ron Bass. Dino Bravo with the win over Ken Patera, and the Rockers, Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty, beat the Conquistadors. If you were in Canton live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Inside. It's Dan Marty. Marty Jannetty here as it is August. We're talking about August of 1990. Unbelievable. 31 years ago is the time frame we are talking about. Wow. Isn't that something? Yeah. At that TV taping we were discussing, the debut of Kerry Von Erich, it was the farewell.
Was that the debut?
That was his debut against Playboy Buddy Rose on that Saturday night's main event. It was time to say goodbye to Jesse the Body Ventura. He tried to set up his own, I think it was his own video game deal outside of the auspices of WWF, and Vince McMahon was dead set against anyone doing that, and it was bye-bye Jesse. Do you remember, did he have a chance to say goodbye to the guys?
Stuff. I love Jesse to death because he was fun, man. He'd be like me and you. He would rib you.
Jesse was a ribber.
Yes, and you'd probably rib him right back, and he would be okay with it as long as it was a good one. You know, it didn't cost him money. But I mean, he didn't like Vince, and he didn't like Vern Gagne. Sorry, I was talking to brother. He didn't. Now you might shoot me.
Who?
Jesse.
Well, he's in Mexico half the year, so at least you know you'd have 6 months of...
Yeah, but he was a sniper.
Yes, he was.
Yeah. What if he gets mad? Even though he loved me and I loved him. And my brother loves him, because they had the same job, I guess. My brother had to do it in Vietnam.
He was a SEAL?
No.
Oh, I think Jesse was a SEAL.
I think so, yes, he was. Because of Wayne Bloom, remember Wayne Detroit? No, I'm not going to tell that.
No, what happened with Wayne Bloom?
If you're a Navy SEAL, you're a bad ass. You're the best of the best, mentally, physically. And I love Wayne Bloom. Remember the Beverly Brothers?
Yeah. I know who you mean.
Remember the Beverly Brothers. Minneapolis was loaded with bad boys. You know, if you want to just go city against city, you're recruiting the Minneapolis boys, you're going to win. But even Flair lived there for a minute, didn't he? Minneapolis.
He was always billed from there for a long time, from Minneapolis, Minnesota. I think he was born in Tennessee, though, because he was adopted.
Or Carolina.
No, I think he relocated there. I'm pretty sure he was born in Tennessee, and his real name is Fred. Well, like someone else I know, like someone else. I'm not going to name any names, but...
I'm not ashamed of my name.
I'm not going to name any names?
Frederick.
But, okay, so what did Wayne Bloom have to do with Jesse Ventura?
He challenged him one time.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. It was Christmas Eve, or might even be New Year's Eve, a big holiday party. I think it was Christmas Eve. Not even Christmas Eve, but that weekend. That's when everybody throws the parties. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people thought Jesse was the Minneapolis boys.
Yeah.
Not the rest of us were like, no, he's a real deal. The Minneapolis boys didn't see it that way. Like, fuck him, we all bounced together. We beat up more people than he beat up. So Wayne, I guess they, drank a little bit. And when we were leaving, Wayne, the train, I love you, Wayne. Love you too, Jesse. I was just telling a story. Said something. I don't know what happened. We don't know why, but Wayne wanted to fight him. Come on, you seal, like you said, the seal. Come on, you seal. You look like a seal. Come on, you fucking seal. Jesse didn't do nothing, but he was there with his wife. Party situation, with a.
Keep going.
That sounds like a fart. Flatuation. How you say it? But anyway, what's that? We good?
No, keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
But Wayne kind of challenged him in front of everybody. Who knows? Wayne's a bad boy. Jesse's a bad boy. So we're all like, oh no, because you don't want to see one of your friends get hurt. Somebody's going to get hurt. you bystander, you're going to catch something. But thank God it didn't happen. It didn't happen. But what we were surprised at is Wayne even called him out like that in front of people. But he was with his wife. We always ask, what if he wasn't been with his wife? Because you don't want to fight in front of your family.
Yeah. No.
And it was a Christmas party. What would have happened, though?
Did you guys get a chance to say goodbye to Jesse, or did everything with him happen behind the scenes?
There, when we got W at the time, EF, he was still announcing. And
right, but I'm talking about the summer of '90 when he left. Did he get a chance to say goodbye to any of the guys, or did it all happen behind the scenes and he just vanished? So he just, you never saw him?
Yeah, from '86, when AWA, he was big time like we were talking about, with Gorilla or something. Or even Vince, he was good. But anyway, he would come out during the match at LA, which LA Arena held 18,000 maybe, 19. Did you ever go there?
Which arena? No, the sports arena? No, I had never
right
been
next to the memorial.
The LA
stadium.
Memorial Coliseum,
yes,
yeah.
Yes, right there. I think it was 18 or 19,000.
The LA Memorial Coliseum?
Yeah, the one next to it.
Oh, I see, the venue next door. Yes. Okay, now I understand what you mean. Yeah, yeah. I was thinking about the football stadium. About probably 18. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Snoopy Doggy came.
Okay.
A few times. I'll tell that story later. But it wasn't that bad. But I mean, me and Sean are out there. This is when we're 88, 89. We're still new, kinda. And Jesse comes out remember he was commentating. And he also did it, like in L.A., where they had the
house shows, yeah.
Yeah, different languages like L.A. L.A. would have been for the Hispanic. And he walks out, and he looks at me, he smiles. I mean, the place, me and Sean are still getting, it was against the conquistadors. Y'all can Google this and see it. I seen everybody standing up, and I look at Sean's got a headlock in the ring. I'm like, what the hell? Why is everybody standing? Here comes Jesse walking up to the table. It's very disrespectful, actually.
In the middle of the match?
Yes.
Huh.
Actually, right.
Any reason why?
He told me later.
What was it?
He didn't like Sean. And I told him, I said, Jesse, do you realize I was there too? He goes, but it wasn't meant to you, and everybody knows it. I didn't know it.
So he came out to start his commentary work for the night in the middle of the match.
It already started, and boy, did he swag on his walk there. So like I said, I see everybody standing up, and I look, Sean just got a headlock. What's going on? And we're going to have a good match with the Conquistadors, remember them? And I think, right?
Yeah.
And but what's going on? And then, I'm like, it don't make no sense. I've been studying, I don't know what's going on here. And looking, there's Jesse walking up. You remember he had that little...
he always had a wild outfit on. Yeah.
Tassel jacket and stuff. And I'm like, actually I got mad, because that's shitty.
Did you say anything to, where did you have the confrontation with him?
Back after the match.
After the match?
Yeah.
And he said it was a slight toward Sean.
Well, he said, brother, I brought more attention to you.
How?
Well, because him
How would
coming
that have
out,
brought more
in
attention
his-
to you?
I guess in his mind.
Everybody was reading
Paying
the
attention.
program?
Probably too. Because Genius just threw his last frisbee. But you remember that? He looks like my nephew Ray.
He looks like your nephew Ray?
Yeah, the one. Yeah.
Oh, well, hey, Ray. Well, he was replaced in the booth by Roddy Piper instead of having that heel
Yeah,
dynamic
back
with
in
Vince. Now
88.
it was, this is summer of 1990 now. He had a wild Roddy Piper in that booth with Vince, and
Yeah, he was
it was
crazy
very
back
different. The change, the soundtrack to the show, I guess, is one way to put it.
Yeah. Yeah, and Roddy was, he still could whoop ass. People were still scared of him.
Well, I'm talking about his commentary. I mean, did you get a chance to even, well, you were on the road so
Well, I
much,
heard-
even
I
get a
heard the
chance
one
to hear
from-
much of it?
Yeah, the only one was the Rumble. Royal
Oh,
Rumble,
right,
another
right.
One. And I thought it was good. And that's the day he told us we were so upset about being curtain jerker, you know. And he goes, oh, brother, it's a good thing to, and you know how he does when he talks about the hair shaking. It's a good thing to be number one match. I mean, you can do everything and you're going to be all right. Don't worry about it.
Well, he was a medicine man.
We OD'd in Denver. Just care. I think he did a little bit.
A lot of medicine.
A little bit of a lot.
A little bit of a lot of medicine. You know, there was that story with the time he
Kissed
stuck
Sean?
he kissed Sean. I didn't know that one.
Well, here's something I shouldn't tell because he's not here to defend
Yeah.
himself, number one. I loves him. I don't want it to come off.
Well, he might
wrong.
not have to defend himself if it's true.
And then secondly and thirdly and fourthly, there's a fourthly word?
Sure.
I don't know how to spell it.
Well, we'll make it one.
But, and I can't say this because Sean's, you know, and Rebecca, he's
Yeah.
got family. But this is way back before all
This was
that.
before religion, so
Yeah.
all is forgiven.
Yeah, and before Roddy and I did a couple of these, yeah, I didn't want to. Gave him a two-piece.
Piper?
Extra crispy.
Really?
Yeah. Well, he apologized. He took the two-piece, and not that night, but the next day he apologized. Actually, it wasn't the next day. It was in Phoenix, Arizona, because we had TV taping, and Sean quit. And
Sean quit?
that's what he told me. I went back. I think I've told this 1,000 times. It was 1,001. I woke up after Sean and I having a fight, if you want to call it that, and if y'all, for y'all to be hung over, you know what this is like.
Him and Roddy Piper were kissing when you woke up?
Right, I'm
All
gonna
right.
tell it correctly.
You sure it wasn't a dream?
This part I thought was.
All right.
I woke up, and, you know, it wasn't unusual for me to wake up with a girl I didn't know.
Yeah.
You have to say it like that. So I looked over at the girl like, oh, fuck. Nothing's touching. I can get out of this one real easy. I'm easing off the bed. My pants were still on. I was happy about that. Well, they were on, but they were down. I don't remember all that. But I'm getting dressed like, be quiet. Don't wake that up. I mean, he had craters and stuff, you know, in the face.
Piper?
I didn't know yet. I just like, that.
Piper was laying next to you in the bed?
In the bed. What he did was save me from going to jail, you know, after me and Sean's fight. Police had me cuffed. They wouldn't take me. You didn't know about this?
No, you told the story before about the
Yeah.
fight, but I don't understand how Piper wound up in your bed.
It's not my bed, his room, his bed.
How did you wind up in Piper's bedroom?
I don't know. I woke up.
You don't even remember how you wound up.
Macho Man Randy.
Yeah.
Randy intercepted the police taking me. I'm cuffed.
Okay, that part we've discussed on the show, right.
You hear old Randy's like, Will, what's going on here?
So Randy saved you. He
Saved
signed
me
the
'cause
autograph
they wanted
pictures because he
autograph,
was
yes.
bleeding and whatnot.
Yeah.
So you go back to your room. Is Piper and Sean? Is that where you saw them kissing, or
No.
no? Well, explain then.
So what had happened was, but anyway, that we got to rewind.
All right.
Before all that, Sean, Roddy, who I love to death, maybe loves, I loves him to death. We were in the room, three of us.
Yeah.
Roddy is a genius for the business. I'm all listening. I'm all ears. And we had 3 ring perks. Is that what we're calling now?
3 ring what?
Perks.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah. The girls,
rats to some that speak the wrestling
that's what-
English.
We're trying to fix that.
Okay, but we've told the story before. So yeah, Piper was
Well, the kids
Sean.
came.
Sean the what? Oh, the
The
kiss
kids came.
in front of the rats.
Yes.
He
Yeah,
ki-
because Ann told me, Ann, oh, shit. I didn't mean to say, I'm not going to say Ann's name, but I actually dated her for more than 2 days. And she's the one that told me. She goes, Marty, you know they kissed. I'm like, no, there's a rumor and anything. Marty, we all saw it. And it was another girl, Georgia, who was from Alabama, was there, in Denver. And I mean, she's standing there when Ann, when Ann said, when Roddy, because Roddy was doing this, I saw this part running.
He was very touchy.
Yeah. I mean, he was just hugging. You're going to be a star. You're doing all that. And I'll give Sean this. He was against the wall. He couldn't lean back no more because of the wall, but he was pulling back. You know, and we didn't want to disrespect Roddy, but I don't mean to take a dig from him. Sorry about the language. But they said, well, you know, Roddy put tongue in his mouth. I'm like, huh? No, he didn't. It was an accident. And Georgia.
That's kind of a hard accident.
Georgia.
Yeah.
If it had just been Ann, I'm not going to say her name, but if it would have been her only, I'd like, no, because she wanted to be with Sean a lot. In fact, did a trade-off one night.
Really?
We'll talk about that. But,
A trade-off with Ann.
yeah, I gave Georgia up to Sean for Ann. Ann liked doing, this is rude, but Ann, just being honest, I liked her
That's
more.
what the show was all about. Yeah, but what is it that
You
Ann
look
would like to
tired,
do?
man. You okay?
Yeah.
Does Danny look, he looks tired. Does he look tired?
I haven't
Oh,
looked
you know
good
him long.
since I was in the womb, but anyway.
Anyway, yeah, and I'm not going to say her name so y'all know who I'm talking about, from Denver. Me and her, she's beautiful. I'm trying to think of somebody she looks like. I'll think of it later. But she, I supposedly had a kid with her at first. You know that, right?
Not
Did I
like
tell you that story? We're signing autographs and all the kids are around. We're going to McNichols Arena.
yeah.
And always, and still do, hate when a grown-up is pushing kids out of the way, reaching over their head. That happens a lot, believe it or not. And that's just shitty. And normally I won't sign it. But he's bowing kids' head, so I'm like, motherfucker, you get rid of him.
Yeah.
Sign it here, bitch. And he goes, whoosh, rips it apart. He goes, you've been served. Yeah, man. I'm like, huh?
Well, did he keep the
And
sign part of it?
I didn't want to read it
Yeah.
in front of all the fans. Like, man, that didn't sound good. I had no clue what he meant, right? But I'm going to read it in his dressing room. And when I read it in his dressing room, I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Me and 4 other guys had sex with her that night. Why am I the one?
Who else was involved?
I'm not going to say
You're not
Coco.
gonna say, but what is it that what is it that she liked to do?
Who, her? Oh,
Yeah,
what?
you said she had almost like Boston Annie. She had a special skill.
No, she was just a regular starfish.
Oh, you said there was something she liked to do.
You know the starfish fuck. Oh, say again?
You said
Well, she thought and I asked her, because I really liked her until then.
yeah.
I was like, and her name was Ann.
That's what I mean. I was confused for a
Yeah,
second.
no,
yeah,
it was different.
Yeah,
Ann
yeah.
from Denver.
Oh no, I understand now.
Now we start putting labels on them from which Ann, from what city. And I really liked
There's
her.
only one Annie. But anyway, with Ann, Ann said you had a child with her.
That's when I signed that thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's, then, you've been served. I'm like, what the fuck? That don't sound good, but I ain't gonna do it. I'll read it later. And then I'm reading it like you have a child, and she named him too.
What did she name the child?
Wild.
Wild?
Yeah.
Wild Jannetty was the child's name? Well, maybe the perfect name.
I honestly don't remember what
Yeah.
the name was, but it was upsetting.
Now, did you ever find out what Gina named your child?
Yeah, she sings a song when she names it. She goes, We started the tour out in Denver, Colorado.
Well, we're going to get to the bottom of that C-section, let me tell you.
No, you are.
It's like that show, Unsolved
Wait a
Mysteries,
minute,
from back in the
C-section.
80s.
Ain't it crazy, a C-section, a C is like this, but when they do that, it's straight across. And the only reason I know that, well, I ain't gonna tell you.
All right.
Well, you could guess.
You can guess. All right, well, so...
So Ann accused, well, it was in paper. And when I called my lawyer and said, man, gosh damn, that was one of the few nights I didn't wear a condom. So I'm thinking, shit.
Did you have to do a DNA test?
Well, this is what my lawyer said. He says, did you fuck her? I said, no. I'm sorry about the language. Did you have sex with her? I'm like, no. He goes, yes. He goes, no, you didn't. I said, yeah, I did. And he goes, no, you didn't. I'm about to get mad at him, right? He goes, no. If you if she claims you had sex and you say no, she has to pay for that, the test.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
If I would have said yes, I did.
So they paid for the DNA test, and was it proven that it wasn't yours?
Well, it was me. I'm not going to say Coco or Sean or three other guys, probably even Dustin Rhodes. I'm not going to mention their names that night, but it was like 3 or 4 of us.
Yeah.
And that's why when I saw her the next time, I was so mad about it. Why the fuck you? It was 4 guys that night. Why me? She goes, because I like you and he looks like you.
Well, I think if it was Coco's, it probably would have been pretty easy to figure out if it was his.
Yeah.
But did you do a DNA test?
No, I didn't know. No,
They never tested you?
She did. She did. It ended up being her boyfriend, the guy she lived with.
So all that for nothing.
Well.
Did you ever have to go to court over it or not? Your lawyer handled it all?
I guess so.
All right, well, before we go,
Denver, Colorado.
Since it came up, any thoughts on, did you think putting Piper in the position in the broadcast booth, was he a good guy to do it? I know he did it with Gordon Soley back in the early 80s.
He did, I know
Yeah.
that.
For
Was
a
it
brief,
good?
to be honest, it was kind of before my time.
It would be nice if you be honest.
Yeah, 83-ish, yeah.
Oh, we got 2 Thor services. How you say that?
This is good. I finally found someone to take my place.
Oh,
I've been
yeah,
waiting
yeah,
forever.
yeah.
I've been waiting forever.
You ain't not going to slip anything
But,
in history by here.
Did you think, as one of the boys, did you like having someone like Piper in the broadcast booth putting you over?
I did, yeah.
Do you think he did a good job from what little maybe you heard of that he did it? Yeah. Do you think he did a good job putting Sean over in the hotel room?
Well, Ann and them said it looked passionate.
It was passionate.
Yeah, and
Really? It was like a romance novel.
I
Piper,
mean,
when he had that long hair, what did he think? He turned into Fabio? Or?
You know, and I really don't want to say things that might be taken as negative against a person that's not here to learn.
Well, if it was consensual, it's not a bad thing, I guess.
Roddy loved his weed. Me and RVD loved our weed. Sean liked the weed. A couple other guys liked the weed. Well, half the team liked the weed. And Roddy got that particular night was smoked up. Before, I don't know why he kept getting on to me. It felt like a setup in hindsight. Marty, you're gonna be all right. And he's rubbing my head too. Like, you're gonna be all right. And my hair.
Everybody was getting robbed.
Yeah.
Now, were the rats getting jealous?
They were all the line.
No one was touching them.
They weren't rats, they were perks. The perks were laid up against the bed watching this whole thing.
Now, see, I think you're going to confuse people by calling them perks. I think they're going to confuse that with the medicinal Percocet terminology.
Here's how wrestling started. At carnivals. I mean, a sideshow to carnivals. And that's why they taught carny. And it evolved to like, man, we're selling out fairs. Let's get to Brown County Arena. And it kept moving up. But the way it started, humiliating the people that came to see it. Because some of them didn't have teeth.
Yeah.
Some of them didn't have hair.
The rats?
The fans. I knew I love y'all, no matter what.
All right, well, Piper was good in the broadcast booth. That night in the hotel room, you were getting some attention. Sean got attention, but the groupies didn't get attention. Clean the mess up with the swatter.
Yeah, I love y'all, all y'all.
We're running out of time, so clean it up, baby.
Okay, so question. Yeah, what had happened was Sean and Roddy, Roddy and I are getting educated because Piper was smart. And he's grabbing Sean.
He was educating you all right.
Hey, do what?
He was educating you all right. He was reliving his days when he was working out in L.A. and San Francisco when Lord Alfred Hayes and Patterson were chasing him around.
I had heard things, but I didn't believe it till that night. And he's rubbing Sean like, oh, you're going to be so good. You're going to be so good. Well, Marty, he was like, he loved me. Not like that, stop it. Yeah. We got to work on you, Marty. He was a little rough around the edges. And because of Roddy, oh man, I welcome him. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Well, like Sean, so good. And here he goes again, right? He's actually got him back here. And he's right in his face. Like this fly swatter is Roddy. They're right here.
They were that close?
Yes.
So maybe Ann from Denver was spot on.
She wasn't there.
Oh, I thought you said Ann was the one that saw the two of them.
No, Ann the one that has 13 of my kids. Or says she did.
Okay.
Then,
she was there?
Yes, she was.
But another Ann.
And Georgia.
Georgia Ann was there.
Georgia, Sabrina, here's the three girls.
There was Denver Ann, Georgia Ann, and of course the icon here in Boston.
It was three of my favorite perks. We got to explain.
Okay, we got to clean the story up. We're almost out of time. So what happened?
Here's what happened. Roddy took to Sean a lot, and Sean's defense, when Roddy would do the whole hair, and right here, you're gonna be so good. And I'm looking at it. I must have been drinking, because I didn't think that was a problem or something. Because I would have stuck my hand in there like, no, because I'm kissing him. No. But it was the girls after the fight and all that shit, if you want to call it a fight.
So while the police were trying to drag you out of the hotel and you were saved by Randy Savage, Roddy Piper started to make out with Shawn Michaels in front of the three rats.
This was even before we got into
Oh, this was even before? Yeah. Well, where were you?
Right there.
But you didn't see it?
No.
Well, what were you looking at?
Oh, I was behind them. It was like a stack of three.
Oh, they had a different...
Sean just flashed water. It was Sean. Roddy's right there face to face. I'm behind him, a little pissed off because Roddy's telling me, hey,
jobbing you out a little.
Yeah. And I'm standing there thinking, well, what do we do? Because you don't talk business in front of girls.
Right, yeah.
And I even said that. That's what started it. Because he turned to me. But when they were like this, they were all in the bed.
Yeah.
Three of them. There were three sitting side by side.
They wanted to be rubbed.
Possibly. And they got rubbed. But Ann told me, Roddy stuck his tongue. I said, didn't it appear to be gay to you? Nothing against that. I got no problem.
I don't know how other way you'd take it, but.
Well, and again, nothing against the LBGQT 10 or whatever it's called.
Yeah. Close.
But was it close? But back then you could say what you're trying to say without getting sued and called a racist and a misogynist and all that stuff. But what's a misogynist?
But we gotta go. We gotta go. Come on.
So they're right here, and Ann said, I asked you, did it look gay? Didn't it look like they were going to kiss? She goes, they did kiss, Marty. I went, no, because Sean never leaned forward, and he's against the wall. He couldn't back up no more. Right? He's against the wall. Now, hey, there's a hope Ronda Rousey don't get mad at me, but I mean, Roddy was aggressive with Sean, giving Sean his props. He couldn't go no further, right? The wall's right here. And I saw that from before the wall. It would be great, Sean. You got to. But the girls was sitting to a side angle. I was behind it. And they were like tongue went in the mouth when Roddy says, because there was a point where Sean couldn't go no further back, and I'm thinking, Sean, man, damn, I ain't never seen you like this. I heard Sean say, I am a man, you know, to Roddy.
Is that what he said?
Yes.
Really? He said, I am a man.
Yeah, I am a man, you know. This is exactly what he said.
Did we clean it up? Is that pretty much it, or is there any more?
That's what happened. That
All
was
right,
a real
well.
deal Holyfield.
Well, and we have Roddy Piper in the broadcast booth, and he wanted to get Sean in a booth of his own. And there we go on another great episode of Wrestling Inside His Body with Marty.
A&E.
What about her?
You know what to do.
Baby. For my fly-swatting friend Marty Jannetty, he's got the swatter right now.
Big
On the
fly.
next episode, we're going to be talking about the return of Sergeant Slaughter. How about that for a little rhyme?
What do you think he's doing now?
Measuring his jaw. We'll see you next week
is
on
out
Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Good night.
In the arena.
Tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Marty's back every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after Impact Wrestling. Again, I want to note, as there continues to be this misconception online that we either cut ties with Marty or Marty left the show. It continues to come up in chat on virtually every episode. If you missed it, he was with us for 3 days this past week alone. That rumor is 110% untrue. There was an incident in June, but Marty is our friend, and you have to keep in mind the man is and was in extreme pain, overcoming 2 reconstructive ankle surgeries this year. He's moving around better. We're trying to come up with the best game plan possible to give you guys the best content possible. As I've said to Marty, and I've said to you guys, I don't just want Marty on the show in 2021. I want him on the show in 2031. I look at it as a long-term partnership along with a friendship, and we want you guys along for the ride, too. Fans, the countdown continues. We are officially 10 weeks away from Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th birthday bash with Back to the 80s WrestleFest Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. If you're in the Northeast, you have to be there. We humbly hope that you will be joining Marty, Jake the Snake Roberts, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Axe and Smash Demolition, the Doctor of Style Slick, and as our Back to the 80s WrestleFest featuring the live wrestling, the autograph photo fan fest that will create memories you'll never forget. John Cena Sr. laid down the challenge, sell out the VIP packages in advance, and by that I mean, you got to give us a couple of weeks. It can't be the day before. And we'll go above and beyond as far as our 8th featured guest goes. As we close out Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, we just mentioned Mr. Cena. He is back shooting on Goldberg and Bobby Lashley coming out of SummerSlam, Edge and Seth Rollins, the future of Adam Cole, and more.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to another all-new Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Friday. Johnny, what happened to the summer?
It's gone. It went faster than I expected. It went quicker than I expected. But you know what? I am not stupid. I took my Fabo Bucks and millions, and I'm building an ark. You too can get a spot on there now, 2x2.
An ark?
Listen, it keeps raining, brother. You know what's going to happen. We're just going to flood up, and I'll be rich. I'll save everyone. 2x2.
Fabo's ark?
Fabo's ark. You got it.
Well, you let me hang off the side of the boat, I guess.
No,
You'll be
you
that
can be
generous.
right
I can
there
get
with
on
you.
the boat?
Get on the
Wow,
boat.
geez, you're not bad of a guy,
You,
Johnny.
Linda Marotti, I'll take care of you.
I think, you know what? I think everybody was just so mentally going nuts because of masks and everything.
Oh, the
I think
rain.
they were so happy to get out of the house and do things. I think that's why the summer did kind of speed by on us.
It went quickly. You know, the rain didn't help. The heat was unbearable. It's going to be unbearable.
The weather was
tomorrow.
crazy.
Yep, it's going to be crazy tomorrow. It's going to be, it's going to be 95, but it's going to feel like 3 digits. So it's going to be warm. But you know
we'd
what?
have days of that, and then we'd have days where it was so cool, you almost feel like you needed a pair of jeans and a hoodie.
Yep.
Yeah.
So did I say we all had a great time?
But
we've survived it. Now September is here.
But technically, summer is still until the 21st
of September,
which also happens to double as, in case anyone wants to send anything to MWF Studios, doubles as my birthday.
When's your birthday?
The day the
September
seasons
21st?
change. You can never forget it. 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 You can never for That's why I was always able to remember Linda Marotti's mother's birthday.
And that's a
'cause hers
Thursday
was-
or a Wednesday?
This year?
Yeah.
It's a Tuesday.
Well, we have to tape Fabulous Fridays on Tuesday.
All right, well.
And we'll get a birthday cake in.
And you'll throw my face in the cake.
I won't do it. Maybe Moniece will, but I won't.
Well, Moniece is a classy lady. She's always welcome. I would be honored to celebrate my birthday with Moniece.
Maybe we'll get an Italian rum cake and have some fun.
Hey, you know
We'll
what?
see. You don't know.
It's interesting because the 21st is my birthday, and the 28th is the quote-unquote official 20th anniversary date of Boston Wrestling. September 28th, 2001 was when we ran our first event, which was a wild circumstances just a couple of weeks after 9/11. Again, the world had gone crazy in a different way than it had with coronavirus. But, you know, I'd like to do an episode, something separate maybe sometime soon with a few of the guys that were around back then, because it's been a very interesting 2 decades.
Why don't we?
I know, I'll say one thing. We always talk about age sometimes. Other than my stress level and the actual pain my body's in from the accidents I've been in, I don't feel a day older. Just
you
like
know
you,
what?
staying so vibrant at the age of 60.
Not even that. 55.
Oh, come on now. Now, let's not BS too much, Johnny.
Well, you know what? I'm telling you.
But I mean,
September 28th, we should have a happy birthday cake down here.
Well,
anniversary
the
cake.
28th is the anniversary of Boston Wrestling.
That's right. We should have an
okay.
anniversary cake down here. We should have Jack Sy do a little bit of spread. We should allow 10 or 15 fans in here. Maybe do a little.
Maybe have Slick in. He competed in the
Yep.
first match in the history of the company.
Why don't we do it?
Never mind the first show. He was in the first match.
You know what, fans? What do you think about an anniversary party September 28th? Anniversary cake, coffee, Fabo Pop, and special guest Slick Wagner Brown.
I think it'd be fun.
Let's do it.
It's always fun. Well, I don't know. You have Slick was someone that was under contract to you before your buddy Camo Zig, as he likes to call himself. But we won't talk about that.
You know what we'll do right now?
What's that?
Why don't we put that all aside? Let's put all those
And for one night.
One night, put it aside.
Remember the good old days.
We can agree to disagree, but still be friends. Come on down, Slick. Maybe Justin Credible might want to be here. You know what? Let's have an anniversary party.
Live?
What?
Live?
Live.
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 September 28th.
Let's do it.
And you know what I'll be wearing, though, baby? Because I know especially my friend June McCowan, that always pays me compliments on how handsome I am in the premiere chat, baby. I got it right here. Sexy as hell. Strawberry lemonade.
Nobody pays
You would
compliments.
never think that scent would be a cologne-like substance. But our friend JTG of Crime Time, he is a walking QVC, as I tell him. He's always got these new products he's working on to try and keep his finances relevant beyond pro wrestling, which is an extremely smart thing to do. He's got me smelling great. I can't keep these women. I feel like you almost. I can't keep the women away. If you saw what I had last night, Johnny.
I probably have to
Johnny,
drink that stuff.
I
then.
tell you this. If you saw what went on last night,
Oh!
John, and you know,
Strawberry lemonade!
and you know I wouldn't do this unless I was talking legit. If you, I tell you this, Johnny, JTG, baby. But anyway, back to the world of professional
Yes,
wrestling
sir.
fans. We are now just about 10 weeks away from the big one, Saturday night, November the 13th. The historic Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Johnny, we are going back to the 80s to celebrate those 2 decades. We're going to have the VIP exclusive Legends Q&A. We're going to have the autographs. We're going to have the posed photos. And that's before we light Memorial Hall almost on fire with hot in-ring action. The tension, it's going to be combustible, Johnny. We're going to blow the roof off of Memorial Hall, and I just hope one person goes along with it from her little corner office.
Well, we'll be safe because the fire department's right next door.
Yes, so
And
we
you
will be
know,
very, even if technically it did light on fire.
Boom, we're
the
all
fire
set.
department's next
right
door.
next door. And you know what? I guess I've been getting.
They wouldn't even need to take the
I'm gonna
fire
start
truck
sending
out
out some tweets, but I know that I've been getting some texts and messages wanting to know if I'm going to be there.
This event, Johnny, I have to tell you, is shaping up to be the biggest event in our 20 years. For the fans that have already got involved in the process with the VIP packages, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It helps so much when you guys get your tickets in advance. It helps us plan. And as I had stated on the official event Facebook page, Johnny, and I'll say it on video now, I am saving the 8th slot for who the featured 80s legend will be, because if we sell out of those VIP packages in advance, I'm going to do something really, really, really special above and beyond, I think. But we need you guys to participate.
How many more
And
we need?
that's not a tease. Oh, they're well over half gone.
Well, then, you know
I
what,
mean,
folks?
they're going really good.
That's good. Let's make this the biggest blowout for MWF Boston Wrestling. Let's get the other 50% sold, and let's see who the big superstar is going to be.
All right. Well, I don't even know. I'm just saying. I am promising. And you know, Johnny, I wouldn't promise something. That's something we have been dead set against in our 20 years. But if you guys sell out those VIP packages, we're going to go above and beyond, and we're really going to bring you something spectacular as far as the 8th featured guests go. And that's not to say that the other guests we have a chopped liver. We've got some Hall of Famers and some legends that have packed the Boston Garden back in the day. So we've got great talent coming your way, and that's to say nothing of the hungry young athletes, the superstars of tomorrow that are going to be in WWE, AEW, Impact Wrestling. They're all going to be competing that night in the ring, along with the Great Legends ceremony. There's just so much to this event. And where it is November 13th, we're going to have a tremendous Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks raffle that night. So one fan is going to win a great jackpot of prizes. The way I look at it is we can do one Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive raffle at the event, and then in December, we can do a cyber version here in the studio. So we can do 2.
I like that.
And plus, who knows what's going on with you and these fabulous women everyone's talking about on social media. It was all over Reddit the other day, I was told. John Cena Sr.'s Fabulous Women of Wrestling coming soon.
I don't see that happening.
No more Fabulous Women.
I don't see it.
Well, I know Oscar was dead set against it. Why?
First of all, I thought I had a venue, which we don't. I don't think we're going to be able to get that. Secondly, I'm the kind of individual that when I put something together, like yourself, I want it completely put together so that it works and works well. Nobody likes disappointment.
It's about the quality.
Right. And Vicky Guerrero wants to start an all-women's show. My thought would be perhaps next year would be the time to approach Vicky Guerrero, see if she's interested in helping us with it. We get this thing put together, find a great venue that we can use, and let's go forward from there. You know what, folks? I'd rather do it right than rush in to bake the cake, burn it, and be unable to put the frosting on it. Because whatever I do with the fabulous world of women's wrestling has to be top
Quality.
shelf. Top shelf in quality. There are a lot of young ladies out there looking to come on, a lot of young wrestlers out there.
All over the country, they
Yeah,
wanted
but
to
there are
come
a
in.
lot of young people out there in this business, because of the COVID situation, that are unable to wrestle. They have no jobs. So there's a lot of great talent out there, and I'm sure once we get this secured and get it together the right way, we'll have a fabulous world of women's wrestling.
So it's almost like one of those big summer blockbusters, coming soon, the Fabulous Women of Wrestling.
I won't rule it out,
Yeah.
but at the same time, if I can't do it right, I won't do it at all.
Well, I respect that. I respect that an awful lot. All right, Johnny, let's get back into the thick of things. There was so much that went on at SummerSlam. We haven't even finished wrapping that up yet. What did you think about I thought, a really great storyline and angle they came up with for Lashley and Billy Goldberg, which aficionados said was the combined age was the second oldest title match in WWF history, behind a Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan match on Raw in 2002. But Billy, I think he did a good job selling the leg. But where I thought the great angle was, Johnny, where Lashley was beating him down, Billy Goldberg's teenage son, who has grown quite a bit since the first time we saw him in 2016, jumped in the ring, and they treated it like it was a fan jumping in the ring, and they had Lashley put the hurt lock on a teenage boy, with the storyline being it wasn't quote-unquote illegal or an arrestable offense because they did think it was a quote-unquote fan. And he had Billy Goldberg that couldn't walk, crawling, trying to get to his son. And I really thought it was a good storyline for a match that maybe lacked a little bit.
Well, Goldberg made the statement that he's very proud to be working with his son. So he's training him to get into the business.
Oh, really? I see
Yep.
that. I didn't know.
Yep. So, and I think that was kind of alluding to what was going to happen. I did not watch the show, so I'm unable to comment. But knowing Goldberg and knowing Lashley, I would assume that both gave it 150%. And I think Goldberg now has one match left.
No, I think he has, it was 2 per year as far as I know.
But his contract's up to the end of the year.
No, in 2022.
2022.
But my thing is, so the vendetta between Lashley and Goldberg is not over. I almost wish they did more to injure Goldberg so they could push this out further. I wouldn't waste Goldberg and Lashley at Extreme Rules, even though with the, that's a hot angle with him, Lashley attacking his teenage son. You almost think it fits the theme of Extreme Rules, you know what I mean? But would you waste a Goldberg match on a B pay-per-view?
So maybe you might see Goldberg manage his son.
I don't think Vince is going to put a 15-year-old in a match.
15 years old?
I think that's about how old he is.
Well,
I don't think he's definitely not of age.
You know what? All I can say is this. It's the world of professional wrestling.
Where would you, let me ask you though, if you had the pencil with the storyline as we just laid it out, Goldberg wants revenge for his son being attacked by Lashley, plus Lashley beating the hell out of his leg with the steel chair in a very effective manner. Where would you place the rematch? Would it be Extreme Rules? Would it be one of those awful Saudi Arabia shows that no one watches on a Thursday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon? Would you save it for Survivor Series, one of the tentpole events? With WWE's pacing and patience, do they have the patience to hold off the Survivor Series on that? I ask your opinion.
One, if I had the pencil, it certainly wouldn't be the next show coming up.
Okay.
Because you've got to sell that injury. Goldberg should be present with his leg, with his crutches, in a wheelchair, whatever. We've got to sell the fact that Lashley really hurt Goldberg. Who's taking care of Dad, pushing that chair with the crutches? 15-year-old son. We've really got to work on this. And then we extend that storyline so that it comes to a crescendo at the very end, maybe where Lashley believes that Goldberg is still injured out of that chair, and we use it for one of our big Survivor Series pay-per-views.
You'd go with Survivor Series.
Absolutely.
I would too.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't rush it.
Nope.
Now, again, I don't know if we got to this point in our conversation last week. Where would you do Lesnar and Reigns? I mean, I think it would be a complete waste to have that at Extreme Rules. No one watches the Saudi shows. The Saudis shows are worth big money to the company, but I think they're more for Saudi Arabia than they are for America. It's hard for fans to tune in on a Thursday at 1 in the afternoon. I think it's too big of a match for Survivor Series. I think it's a WrestleMania match. I think anything other than WrestleMania, you're doing a disservice to what could be a great storyline with. Who is Paul Heyman going to go with? Who's Paul going to take to the prom? Roman or Lesnar?
If they go with that track. However, you asked me where I'd put it. I wouldn't waste my time with it.
You wouldn't even have the match at all?
Nope.
All right, well, how about this? This is what we're going with. You're hired as a new writer for WWE. Where would you place where they're going direction-wise with it?
Storyline, WrestleMania.
You'd try and play it out that long?
You'd have to.
I know I would, but I mean, I think we both know
but
they do not have the pacing or the patience to hold off till WrestleMania.
Professional wrestling. Storyline. You can always find a way to work it. You can always find a way to make this thing come into fruition if you do it the right way. Heyman disappears. Why? Where? The head of the table doesn't have the mouthpiece anymore. What's happened? Lesnar responsible? Maybe there's a third party involved here. You know what? There's so many things that you can do if you understand professional wrestling and if you understand where we're going with this. But it has to be a WrestleMania moment. Personally, not interested. Been there, done that. I've seen Roman Reigns get the shit kicked out of him by Brock Lesnar. I've seen it happen again. You know what? It's like Cena, Reigns, been there, done that. I didn't think, according to you, it was a beatdown. I didn't think it'd be that bad with Cena and Reigns, but apparently it was. That
I think it was slow and methodical is the way I
well,
describe it.
but you know what? Doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. It's the same thing The Rock did for John. So I understand. It's business, and it's good for business. So, but my whole thing is, you know what? Good luck. There'll probably be a ton of people want to see Reigns versus Lesnar. I can only say this. The more I read, the more I see, people are getting tired of the head of the table.
You want to know how I'd book it if they let me have the pencil? If they wanted to go that route the way they did with the comeback, I would have had the comeback at Survivor Series, where Lesnar shows up after Reigns' match. Then, at the Royal Rumble, I have Lesnar come out number 30, managed by Paul Heyman.
Oh, yeah.
And I have Lesnar win the Rumble.
Yep.
And then he decides, at that point, Paul tries to push Lesnar to face the Raw champion, but Lesnar says, no, I want Roman Reigns. Then you have the perfect scenario of, F it. What do I do if I'm Paul Heyman? Do I go with the guy that just won the Rumble, who I've been with since 2012? Or do I go with the man that I currently represent, Roman Reigns? And then I think you have a very interesting road to WrestleMania. I think they did it too early. I think they were so eager to bring people back because AEW is getting so much publicity. They brought back, they didn't need to bring back both Becky and Lesnar on the same show. They overdid it.
Well, you know Lesnar's got a job.
You don't know that for certain.
No, please. You know what?
How many credible opponents are there that could beat Roman if John couldn't do it? What are they going to do? Bring over Drew McIntyre in the draft, which I expect?
Not going to happen. You know what? They're trying to build Roman up. They're gonna do the same thing to him all over again when they're making him a heel. They're not doing the right thing now. He's being invincible. He's not.
Why not be invincible?
But he's not.
Why not have someone be invincible? I think that's what wrestling's missing. I would have given Lesnar a Bruno run. I would have had him hold the title for 5 or 6 years.
Oh, Brock?
Yeah, who could beat him?
If he was full-time.
Yeah,
or
even Roman. Why not do it with Roman?
I don't think Roman's got the draw. What happens?
Who does? Who does?
There isn't anybody.
You have that's it. You have to make someone. You have
there.
to make the fans care about.
There's nobody there. And
I agree with you, but I'm saying is build someone to make them care.
People
Bobby's too old.
They're getting tired. They're getting tired. As great an athlete as Roman Reigns is, you see me do a 90-degree, as great an athlete as he is, as great a job as he's doing, people are sitting back saying, okay, thank you. What's going to happen now? So you're going to bring back Lesnar with the attitude that he's going to defeat him? Reigns is going to knock out Lesnar. He's got to knock out all the big match is going to be Roman Reigns against The Rock. That's the final match that'll put Roman Reigns in the position that he needs to be.
And like I mentioned before, I was told by powers that be that one thing they were working towards was a tag match. So Rock would have less of a chance to get injured. Rock and Jimmy against Roman and Jay. And to me, that loses a little bit of WrestleMania appeal if they do that.
You know what?
People would want the singles match.
Who knows what they're thinking? I think they were and they still are on the right track with Reigns. But you know what? Even with Bruno Sammartino, there was always that crack in the wall. He lost. He lost several times. He always got it back. The fact of the matter is, not because it was Cena Jr., somebody should have beat him that night. It's the crack in the wall, the vulnerability. Now what happens is, I always believe in chasing that belt. Let's be real honest here. Do you think with Cena, him having the belt was worth more, or him chasing the belt was worth more?
I think when they decide to make him have a real chase and they actually build up that he's going for the 17th instead of just vaguely mentioning it, I think people will be very excited.
Well, it's not going to happen. I don't see that 17th championship.
You don't think he's going to get the 17th? Really?
Nope. I don't think so.
Did Howard give us the signal to end the first segment? I don't remember.
I don't know, but let's say we're going to end it.
Howard did. I'll ask Howard, since we're a very interactive organization. Did you give me a signal?
Yeah, you winked.
And I missed it.
No, Bill, you gave me the wink.
But I mean, did we go to the timeout that we needed?
Yeah, we went over by like 10 minutes or something.
Oh, well, you know what, wrestling fans, right now, we're going to take a look at our big Back to the 80s WrestleFest Saturday night, November the 13th, Memorial Hall. Get your tickets now over at bostonwrestling.com. It's the best value in professional wrestling. Those VIPs are flying. We'll be right back.
Tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. The World Wrestling Federation was live in St. John's, New Brunswick, Sunday, September the 3rd, 1995, a historical night. In the opening contest, Jean-Pierre Lafitte beat Bob Holly. Fatu battled Waylon Mercy to a double countout. WWF Women's Champion Bertha Faye retained the title over Alundra Blaze. Bret Hitman Hart victorious over Isaac Yankem DDS. Hakushi defeated Duke the Dumpster Drosy. And in the main event, the WWF Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels and Lex Luger with the win over WWF Tag Team Champions Owen Hart and Yokozuna via disqualification. This was Luger's final WWF match, jumping to WCW the next night on the premiere of Monday Nitro without giving notice to WWF as Luger was no longer under contract. If you were in St. John's live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. SummerSlam certainly was quite the night. They had some lousy women's matches, in my opinion, a couple of pretty good tag team title matches. I did enjoy those. The championship matches kind of got a mixed reaction. I'll say this, what I thought was the match of the night was Edge and Seth Rollins. They had a really great outing. Edge came out to, I don't know if you saw it, the Brood, yeah.
I love that man. And he actually dumped blood on him.
Well, leading into it, yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. You know what? Adam Copeland, it will always be up there with one of my favorites.
Even though he violated you.
That young man understands this business.
Young man, he's almost your age.
He's a young man.
All right.
Understands this business. And he's proving to the world what professional wrestling is all about. If nothing else, that match, which I did see pieces of, showed you exactly what it's all about to tell a story. And those two men seamlessly brought that together. That's the way wrestling needs to be.
And you know, it does not have to be repeated that I am not a fan of the Seth Rollins reincarnation since they castrated him by making him Becky Lynch's boyfriend.
Please.
But character-wise aside, I have always said that Seth Rollins is a tremendous professional wrestler, bell to bell. His gimmick to me may be very boring and fake and forced, but his in-ring work is phenomenal. And that Edge and Seth Rollins match, that was the one that had me glued to the TV screen.
Well, I saw
great
bits and
action,
pieces.
great selling, great psychology. They did everything right. Everything right. If you didn't, some people thought Roman and Cena was slow and methodical. I get it. Some people didn't want to see Goldberg even in there with Lashley, even though I thought that told a pretty good story too. I get it. When it comes to Edge and Rollins, Edge was ageless, and it was just a great match from beginning, middle, and end. They did everything right. I'll say it twice.
Thank you.
All right. The next night, Johnny, as if AEW Rampage, which we mentioned last week, and SummerSlam wasn't enough, we had NXT TakeOver 36, which we did another live watch-along for, and we had a lot of fun. A couple of great matches. Samoa Joe became the first three-time NXT World Champion, defeating Karrion Kross, who now has a bizarre new look on Raw, which a lot of fans don't like. They feel like Karrion's already being castrated on the main roster, and I don't think the man should have been pinned while he was still NXT champion on WWE TV. I'll say that much, but it remains to be seen long-term what Karrion's future is on Monday Night Raw. But Samoa Joe, you know what? There's a guy, whether you love him, hate him, I think he's a very credible person to hold that championship.
I like him. I met him at UPW. Outstanding individual, understands this business. He's got a great persona. He can sell. He knows how to make it work. You know, I think they did a great thing by putting Joe down at NXT because he's got so much to pass on, to teach these young, upcoming athletes, men and women. So, hooray for Samoa Joe. He's another one of my favorites.
He was involved in the tryout. I think you're familiar with the fact they had a giant tryout in Las Vegas, SummerSlam week. Joe was involved in that. And I was proud. Two guys we had on our last live event at Memorial Hall were not only part of the tryout there, but Vicente Reywasco and Channing Thomas were the two lead security guards that led Goldberg to the ring the next night at SummerSlam. So I thought that was pretty cool. The two of our guys, they put in that position and thought highly of it. It'll be interesting to see. I believe they've signed over a dozen athletes that were at that tryout. So they need to replenish the stock with everything they're getting rid of. I don't know how much we've discussed the, I know we did discuss the NXT releases, but NXT potentially being rebranded a bit by Vince McMahon after he went down with Bruce Pritchard and Johnny Ace. I think it's both right and wrong. I think the mantra that WWE now says they don't want to go after any more midgets. They want to try and go after and sign younger guys that are in their 20s that they can groom the WWE way. I think that's, to me, smart, and I would go about it that way. The thing I think is wrong is that they have also the mantra that maybe they need to rebrand and gut what NXT is now on USA Network. I think there are a few times over 1 million, but mostly, 600,000-700,000 fans that tune into the USA Network every week that love NXT as it is. Why not let NXT be that quote-unquote indie-centric type wrestling brand in your organization? Like a movie company. They have R-rated movies. They have PG-13. They have PG. Why not let NXT be a place for smaller wrestlers, so to speak, indie wrestlers, so to speak, and let the fans that enjoy it as long as USA is willing to pay the money. And what I would do is with these new folks that they want to sign, these quote-unquote bigger talents, younger talents, don't expose them on the NXT TV show. Don't let them be seen until Terry Taylor and Shawn Michaels and Norman Smiley and everybody at the Performance Center feels they're ready to go to Raw or SmackDown. Hide them. That's how I would go about it. I would not gut the NXT that they have now. I thought, as I noted, that to get rid of Bobby Fish was crazy. I mean, granted, he's a little long in the tooth. When you're older than me, I think you're a little long in the tooth.
90?
But a guy that had a lot left to contribute, Mercedes Martinez, who wrestled for us. And I mentioned, and I'm not 100% sure if I mentioned this, Johnny, but I know, a lot of people, oh, Dan and the women, blah, 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 blah. October of 2002, what was the main event in Wakefield, Mass? Mercedes Martinez against Talia, the future Velvet Sky. So we had a women's main event before Vince did. But anyway, again, apparently she was released because she was getting a little long in the tooth. I think there was a place for them in WWE NXT. I just hope they don't destroy something that they built up to the point where, they were running house shows that could draw 2,000 or 3,000 people. On the big pay-per-view weekends, they could have takeovers that could sell out stadiums, or not stadiums, but you know what I mean, full-sized arenas where NBA and NHL teams would play. What do you think? Do you think they should gut it and fill it in as almost full, all developmental with these new, younger, big guys that they want to sign? Or do you think maybe they could do it separate, have the PC be the place for these new trainees, have them work those small Florida house shows, and keep the NXT TV show as is?
I don't think Vince ever wanted an NXT. That's Triple H's baby. Congratulations, Paul Levesque. He proved somebody wrong. And you know what? Anytime you throw a challenge to me or you or anybody else, that just makes me want to do it all the more. My prediction is I don't think there'll be an NXT. I think that you'll have the academy, which will be the college for professional wrestlers, but I don't think they're going to start sending these young men and women out. They're going to do it all right there. I don't think they're going to continue to pour money out that way. If you're going to limit the number of people, the stars, the ages, it's a situation where I think next year NXT might be a thing of the past.
Really?
You got Ring of Honor out there that's
Even
trying
if
to make
USA is willing to pay that kind of money?
You know what? Maybe they'll change the name. But I don't think that, the flavor that you get when you hear the upper group talk about NXT doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
And when you're
That's a good point.
Yeah, and so I sit back and go, I only hope, I keep my fingers crossed, because I think right after September, October, there'll be another wave of releases. And then after the first of the year, February, March, you're going to see a big wave of releases. And that's going to include some of a couple of the top stars, as well as the final decision on NXT. I don't get a warm, fuzzy feeling.
Well, if you want to feel warm and fuzzy, folks, when it comes to NXT, don't forget that Extreme Rules Sunday, raffle tickets are available now. We're going to have our Corner raffle, which includes anywhere from 6 to 12 autographed NXT posters, depending upon how many raffle tickets we sell. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com for more information on that. But we're going to help the great kids at Corner's Cure. It's always good when we're able to send them off a check to try and do some good for some kids that certainly don't deserve to be in the position that they're in. That's very important to me. Hopefully, I know it's important to you. Hopefully to you at home, you feel the same way. Whether you win the jackpot of posters or you don't, you're still a winner because you're helping the kids, in my opinion.
I agree.
But continuing to talk NXT, Johnny, I believe it's the end of, not to be confused with our good friend Annie's baby, Adam Cole, baby, the merchandise is all in the clearance section now on WWEshop.com. His contract is expired. Do you think we'll see Adam Cole show up with his girlfriend in AEW? I think he fits the mold perfect size-wise.
Oh, no question about that. I am assuming that Cole is no longer a member of the group. He will show up somewhere. Where that is, I don't know. Impact, New Japan Pro, NXT, he's out of that. AEW. I really don't know, but my guess, if he's going to move anywhere, if I were he, AEW would be the place I'd want to go. But there again, AEW, we've talked about it. I'm really impressed. I don't think you want to be known as the people that buy secondhand goods. I think they've proved a point. They've taken the superstars that WWE feels they don't need. Why would you let Daniel Bryan go? Why would you?
Well, Daniel Bryan's contract expired. He wasn't released.
No, but he decided not to renew.
Right.
Why? Why wouldn't you try to save that person?
Yeah.
Braun Strowman, who you built up to be this giant, this mega superhuman being, and then you made him a comedic idiot, and then you let him go? And Bray Wyatt, who I used to love all those cell phone lights. I mean, it was there. They had it. And you let him go.
You want to know what I think the money angle would be? But the problem is there's so many guys that aren't big in AEW. Imagine if, I know we talked about Bray Wyatt's non-compete ending right around Halloween. At that November pay-per-view, whether some kind of main event or some big match going on, and all of a sudden lights go out and you see Wyatt, Strowman, and Eric Rowan come out together. But they're all so much bigger than the majority of the AEW roster, I think it would make them look like youngins. You know what I mean?
I can't wait to see what happens.
Do you think that would be an interesting scenario?
You know what?
To group them.
I just sit back and say, maybe the faction starts all over again in a different way. Maybe Wyatt reforms the family. in a different way. I just can't wait.
I think if they did go that route, I think the fans would go nuts. I think the problem is you don't have a lot of guys size-wise that match up with them.
You know what? If Rey Mysterio...
Wyatt to a point, sure, but Strowman and Eric Rowan would make a lot of those guys look very, very small.
That's the power of the family. If he's going to form the group, that's the power of the family. The giants, the family is giant. We control. We bring people in. We bring people in. We control AEW. It's ours. When the bell rings, the death knell sounds, it's your turn to die. It's just almost Undertaker eerie, but I could see it happening. If they write it the right way, if they do it the right way, we'll see.
You know what else I would do to spicing that up? I'd have Jim Mitchell manage them.
I go along with that. Whoa.
I'd have Jim Mitchell manage them.
I go along with that.
Because Rowan isn't much of a verbal piece. Strowman basically just screams. You know, and then maybe to tease what Wyatt is up to, maybe not have him not talk at all for a while.
James
Keep
Mitchell,
us in suspense.
I'm here to raise hell, and hell is here now.
Now, I want to stress, folks, that is not something that I heard from any inside person or a scoop. That is just an idea that if I was at a creative meeting, I would toss out there to see what the people have to say. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out, folks. We'll be back to wrap up the show. Stand by.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Again, it's going to be interesting to see where Adam Cole winds up. He and Kyle O'Reilly had one hell of a match at NXT TakeOver. Johnny, I say this,
You know, we talked about the quote-unquote new mantra that's out there about them not wanting smaller guys, the guys in their 30s. Kyle O'Reilly is one of my favorite people to watch in pro wrestling, but I ask you this, for example, if WWE was to bring him up to Raw or SmackDown, what would they do with him? I mean, physically, beyond his outstanding athletic ability in the ring, he looks like an enhancement talent. You know what I mean?
I agree. I agree.
And I think he'd be lost in the shuffle.
I agree.
That's why I think NXT needs to exist in its current form.
Like I say, I don't get a warm, fuzzy feeling, but let's see where it goes from there.
And even Walter from NXT UK, oh my God, you talk about a throwback. Yeah, I believe the problem is he doesn't want to move to the United States full time. But that match, the NXT UK match they had on the NXT TakeOver 36, wow. The top 3 matches they had on the show. It's just great stuff. It was great to see our friend Ted DiBiase be involved in that storyline over the $1 Million belt for a couple of months. I think that wrapped up last week on NXT TV. But it was fun to see Ted. It was, it'd be nice to see cameos like that involving guys for short stints, not bring them in full time, but come up with a storyline arc for, 6 to 8 weeks. Give the guys a payday, give them a little exposure so they have more viability when they're out there on conventions and Comic Cons and independents and so on and so forth. And I've actually had a chance to speak with Ted since he did that, and he's had a heck of a lot of fun with it. I only wish he could be with us Saturday night, November the 13th at Back to the 80s at Memorial Hall, but he already had a booking that night. He's so busy. So unfortunately, Ted will not make his Memorial Hall debut, but hopefully he'll be with us again sometime in the near future. Johnny, again, so much to talk about, so little time. We always run out of time. One thing I did want to mention, where I consider it time sensitive, is that we lost one of the greats, someone that I was shocked is not in the WWE Hall of Fame. I thought he went in one of the older incarnations back in the 90s, but we lost Dominic DeNucci.
Bruno Sammartino's partner, basically. I was shocked at that.
Well, he was 89. I don't know.
He did have some issues.
Yeah.
Another man that contributed to a lot of men and women coming up into this business. A hard worker from a foreign country that came in. He and Bruno Sammartino.
He's one of us. He's one of us, baby.
He's one of us. A sad day for professional wrestling. But
it hit Mick Foley hard, who he trained.
He trained him. But the thing is, we keep saying it. I say it. I'm not here to push tickets. I'm just
we're here to push tickets.
Yeah, well, you are. I say it at every podcast I do, every TV show I'm on. If you've got a chance to meet a Jake the Snake, if you've got a chance to meet Axe and Smash, Jimmy Hart, Mouth of the South, you know what? Come on down, because look at the way it's going. A wrestler made a comment. People I used to work with are no longer here. I'm a rare breed. There's only 3 of us left, or 2 of us left. You know what, folks? Come on down. Relive the 80s. Listen with the Q&A. Listen to the stories. It may be the fact that Jake the Snake might stop doing appearances. It may be that God may decide that one of these folks is not going to be here.
Look at what we lost. Road Warrior Animal, Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
It's your time.
They were going to be with us.
Yep, it's your time. So I say reach out. I don't care where they are. November 13th is a good spot to be, but wherever they are, get there. Get what you need, because you know what? Young or old, you never know when the bell tolls, and we never know for whom that bell will toll.
Well, Johnny, with what we're planning, the fans, whether they're young, old, or anywhere in between, they're going to have the time of their lives.
Amen.
With all the different activities we have going on November 13th. The in-ring action is going to be superb. Some great athletes lined up for that. Even for the fans, you know what? My thing, and I've told you before, and maybe it doesn't make a good, unquote, good business person, but I hate the fact that we even have to charge for autographs and things like that. But it's the only way to pay the bills. You know what I mean? But one thing we will do is, for every fan in attendance, we are going to have a great ceremony for all the legends. So you'll be able to, even if you don't have $20 to get an autographed picture from so-and-so, everybody will get to see the legends as we pay homage to them in an in-ring ceremony that I think will be very, very nice.
And if you get your cell phone and they're all in the ring at once, you get a picture right in the ring of all these legends at once. And, you know, I'm sure that if you don't have the money for an autograph, I'm sure somewhere down the line you can pick that up. You know, so I would say come, enjoy yourself,
right.
Enjoy the legends, enjoy the wrestling, and you know what? Enjoy the surprise if I show up.
Well, it's going to be a great night all around, Johnny, trying to celebrate 2 decades as we wrap up here. I know you promoted some spot shows for WWF back in the 70s. Did Dominic compete on any of those shows?
No.
Oh, he wasn't
Never,
on them?
No. I wish he did. The guys I had was Handsome Jimmy Valiant, the Grand Wizard, Classy Freddie Blassie, Chief Jay Strongbow. Now think about this. All those individuals that I've just named.
Bye. Gone.
Stan the Man Stasiak, gone. You know, I mean, you just look and I'm saying, how fortunate have I been?
We can't go have a Back to the 70s event, that's for sure.
No.
And we imagine how great that would be if we could.
Can't do it. There's nobody
And I tell you, there's one talent, I won't mention who he is by name, but just someone that I would have loved to have had with us, but just wanted an absolute small fortune that I didn't think name value-wise was worth it. They're at an age where they're elderly and they don't want to leave the house unless it's really worth it to them. It's the same situation we faced with the Iron Sheik, who wants almost a year's salary for the average person to come out of the house at this time, because it's so difficult for these guys, you know? So when you have a chance to meet them, again, it's not a hustle to try and push your death or things like that, but you never know, and it might be your last chance to be able to have that memory, to have that moment when you meet them in person. And I tell you, you'll never forget it. It'll stick with you the rest of your life. You're going to have the time of your life. We have been working painstakingly hard for a long time to come up with concepts to make this a great night for everybody, whether you have a general admission ticket all the way up to an ultra VIP ticket. Everybody that comes is going to leave November 13th with a big smile on their face, I think. And they're going to love it, and they're going to want to come back to the next one we got planned, because as we know, David Reese says if this event turns into the success it is, we're going to be going back to the 90s, maybe in the spring of 2022.
Pray God we're all here.
All right. Well, we're running out of time, folks. So much more to talk about. I wanted to try and get a tribute to Dominic DeNucci and our best, to his friends, to his family, to his fans. May he rest in peace. Someone that contributed to this business that he loved so much for so long. I believe he had a retirement match at the age of 80, which I can't imagine was very pretty, but at least he did it. If you want to be pretty, though, baby, or have the pretties chasing you, sexy as hell. Strawberry lemonade bay spray, baby. Howard Miller tried to steal the bottle from me. Lou wouldn't even show up today because I wouldn't let him have a spray.
Wow.
If you saw what I was doing last night, Johnny, you'd say, Marty, you're like a teenager all over again, baby.
Wow.
You're getting a little frisky.
Wow.
Because you got the strawberry lemonade.
Wow. I might have to try that.
Oh, you got enough women.
All right.
Save
Okay.
one for
All right.
me.
All right. Okay.
All right, wrestling fans, we're running out of time again. The Corner raffle will be ongoing. Get your raffle tickets now at bostonwrestling.com. You are guaranteed to win 6 autographed NXT posters, depending upon how many we sell. It could be as many as 12. That's a hell of a jackpot. But either way, whether you win the posters or not, you're a winner because you're helping those poor kids that are involved with Corner's Cure. And there's nothing worse than that. I feel I'm blessed that my accident happened to me, because I would take that car crash I was in any day, as opposed to one of the 2 kids being hurt like that and having to live the life I've lived. I'd take that beating every day the rest of my life if it would mean the 2 little Marathis wouldn't have to. So we want to help those Corners. Geez, I'm getting worked up, Johnny. We want to help those Corners Cure kids the best we can. Again, we're going to be headed to Vegas in just a week's time for the Cauliflower Alley Club, bringing you some great footage. We have some great guests lined up there. And again, the tickets are available, bostonwrestling.com. We've had people from as far away as Virginia buy tickets for Back to the 80s WrestleFest, November the 13th. They're coming from all over. The hotels in the area are going to have to thank us for this night of legends, this night of superstars of every era. I can't wait to see the young guys light the ring up and make a great impression on fans that may not be familiar with them. That's the great thing about the quote-unquote independent stars of the future that you'll see in WWE and AEW. Again, we want to try and make it as cost affordable as possible. I understand with the VIP packages, there's even an option where you can spread it out, I think, over 4 months, 4 different payments. So that really helps people too, you know, if you can't afford it all in one whack, you know what I mean? So we try and do what we can to give you the best value and the best experience in wrestling. For the fabulous one, John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marotti. September is here, baby. It's going to be a new season. Don't forget, this Tuesday night, the old series is done, what we used to have on Tuesday. Not even going to mention it. The new one is coming. Wrestling Inside is Extreme, Tuesday night at 10. We'll see you then. Good night from Boston.
Tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. I personally cannot wait to see Cena come face-to-face with Cam Zagami and his former Uprising faction live in just 10 weeks at our 20th birthday celebration, Back to the 80s, Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. It is going to be an incredible night. Not only the great legends that are going to be there, but the superstars of today and tomorrow that you're going to be seeing in NXT, in WWE, on Raw and SmackDown, on AEW. It's going to be a great night. Again, I can't implore you enough to get those tickets. Don't forget that Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays now premieres at 11 p.m. Friday nights after AEW Rampage to make it more accessible to fans. Before, it had started to air after SmackDown, but why make it more difficult, right? Again, with 10 weeks to go until the Back to the 80s event, the Ultra and Platinum VIP packages are flying. We've only announced 6 of 8 legends that are going to be on hand, including Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Acid Smash Demolition, Doctor of Style Slick, and Marty Jannetty. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com. Get the best tickets in the house as they're going fast. Between the hot in-ring action, the VIP exclusive Q&A session, the autographs, the post photos, the Legends ceremony, we are going to create memories that will last a lifetime. Saturday night, November the 13th, will be here before you know it. The proof is in the pudding. Keeping wrestling legends working and active is a great passion of ours, which is why we implore you to join the Boston Wrestling MWF family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. When Marty's here, for example, it turns into 3 very long days of taping, as it's the only affordable way to do it. Imagine if we could afford to bring him in once per month in a much more relaxed environment for not only him, but for myself and the great staff that we have. It would make great programs even better. Let's make these wrestling greats' lives even easier with a platform to simply fly in, have some fun, tell some stories, sign some autographs, and go home. Out go the lights, and I get a good night's rest instead of feeling like I was assaulted by a baseball bat, as I do right now. Again, if you subscribe, you get the early, full-screen, ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders. Our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library is seen by millions online, millions more on Howard Stern. Patreon exclusive videos and the knowledge that you are helping keep those wrestling legends working. Again, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You'll have the streaming time of your life. If you had fun tonight, and I know you did if you're still with us, please give the show a big-time thumbs up and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's free. It lets YouTube know you're enjoying us, and they'll showcase our video to more and more fans that haven't seen us yet. There are millions of fans that don't know we exist yet, but once they do, I think they'll love us like you do. Like any high-quality human being, if you had fun tonight, don't forget to tip the bartender using that amazing Super Chat button on YouTube with that little gray $sign under the Premier Chat box, or you can step up to technology in 2020 like Captain Lou is suggesting we do, using Venmo at Boston Wrestling or PayPal at bw@bostonwrestling.com. We have a big week of news ahead and truly need your help. If everybody helps a little, it would go a long, long, long way. Our eBay store is open 24/7 with great rare items of superstars from every era. Every purchase in the Boston Wrestling eBay store not only helps keep the Wrestling Legends working, but it gets you an on-air shout-out for helping the team. The link can be found in the Boston Wrestling description box below. Fans, I've said it before, I'll say it again, and let me tell you, I'm ready to slumber. I'm tired. I'm a tired man after this week with Marty and Justin and Johnny. But it feels like the ending of the old Saturday night's main event on NBC, as we have to say farewell for now, but it's almost a little sad, as I'd love to sit here and talk great wrestling with you all night long. I would love to hear your feedback on all of this week's episodes, and again, it hopefully will get you a little excited for everything we have in store this week with the premiere of so many new shows. Sunday Night Live tomorrow night. We should be watching the AEW pay-per-view as a group. Tuesday night after WWE NXT, we have the premiere at 10 p.m. of Wrestling Insiders Extreme. So many cool things are happening as we get ready to celebrate our 20th birthday. I know we can keep this baby growing, because we have some of the best wrestling fans in the world with us right now. We just have to keep that family growing, baby. Again, tomorrow night, Sunday Night Live. Plan for us around probably 7 o'clock. If the link isn't already up now for the AEW All Out Watch Along, we hope you'll join the fun as we plan on being with you live each and every Sunday night, at least through mid-October, as we test another format out. And again, please subscribe to the channel so you can get an alert for Wrestling Insiders Extreme, our inside look at ECW premiering Tuesday night after WWE NXT, which I have noted. But you know what? Get the reminder. Don't forget. I'm sure you're busy people. With all that said, we send you our friendship and love. Thank you so much for joining us. Good night from Boston. Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep Wrestling Legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews.